Imagine it's your birthday as the prince of a mighty kingdom. Several nobles have come to the royal palace to celebrate. Not you, but your expulsion to a faraway barren land. On this auspicious occasion of your 15th birthday, by your father, the emperor of the kingdom of Senfaris. As the 17th prince, you have been granted a dominion and have no choice but to comply. Comply is what our protagonist Heel does when he is cast away by his father straight into the ocean. His dominion was soon in his sight, comprised of nothing more than a few rocks that barely make it a reef. He is terribly disheartened at the sight of the Sheol Reef, an area that not even pirates dared to enter. He had puked his guts out for 15 days on a ship, which brought him to the line of no return, after which his escorts leave him in a small boat, immediately turn around, without checking if he can even make it to the reef. So much for a prince. His siblings felt no pity for him either, the reason being Heel's poor abilities that made him a disappointment for the royal family. Unlike him, his brothers were born with exceptionally strong crests on the back of their hands, like that of a sword god, and king of magic, alongside powers living up to their names. Heel, on the other hand, was a bit of an exception. Much less powerful, his crest was unknown and unheard of. Despite the strenuous efforts he made to make up for it, since a very young age, nothing really worked out in his favor. With final hopes of familial mercy, he had pleaded his father to give him somewhere he could at least survive at. But the king of Sanfalis deemed his mission as a word of God. Basically, he has been exiled to an uninhabitable bunch of rocks. And with the little luggage he has, he wonders if getting executed for treason would have been better. But never say never. As he rows closer, he finds no shore for him to land on. But he does find himself a creek within the crags. The fierce waves would soon smash him into the rocks ahead, necessitating his need to slow down using wind magic. But he couldn't even produce as much as a gentle breeze. He somehow manages to land and haul his stuff out. And after tracing a forlorn cave ahead, he first decides to safely store what little he has. But as soon as he takes a look inside, his blood runs cold. Myriad skeletons of humans and monsters alike lay within, slowly being eaten away by age. Heel is horrified and scared, for they might just be exiled individuals like him. And if none of them survived, his chances aren't any good either. Desperate to survive, he brings his luggage inside. Before seating himself atop a chest, he looks into the expanding ocean ahead, with a hopeless look in his eyes. It was horrifying and beautiful at the same time. Unlike the chaos he had been living in, that was only horrifying. Slapping himself, he resolves himself to survive no matter what. If he decides to escape the place, his only choices would be either a pirate ship or a ship from a foreign country. So conclusively, he is just one ship away from being shipped off as a slave. At best, his supplies will last him a month, while his magically incompetent self will have to harvest the rainwater and fish for food. To stay here, he'll have to first clean the area and bury the bones. And to do that, he opens his toolbox. From within, he first finds himself a pickaxe. And as soon as he holds it, a foreign voice resounds, "Acquired mining tool." He frantically looks around as he wondered where the sound came from, and straight into his head at that. He pleads the mysterious one to speak again, and speak it did. "Acquired mining tool? Do you want to mine?" Flabbergasted when he asks who it was, it replies that it's the advisor function of his crest, the Cave King. The crest had been dormant since his birth, and reasonably so, because he was far from any caves that might exist in a palace. Besides the advisor function, not only did the crest boost his mining skills and support him altogether, it even allows him to increase his rank when inside a cave by doing cave things. While overwhelmed by the torrent of information, Heel realizes that mining was his calling in life. As soon as he decides to try it out, the advisor initiates an optimization, because of which massive sections of the dirt before him starts to glow. Thanks to his crest, these glowing spots indicate the most suitable areas for mining. For not only are they brittle, but will also prevent the cave from collapsing. In a vague attempt to test it gently, he ends up scoring a huge section of the soil because of the optimization. While of the support functions mentioned previously, night vision helps him see properly in the darkness. He resolves himself to first create a room to sleep in, and continue to mine with a newfound goal. As he continues to dig around the area, Heel's exhaustion turns into excitement. and the small room he had planned for initially into a vast cavern. Simultaneously, the amount he digs with each blow increases as the rank of his mining skills improve with time. As he advances into the aftermath, the advisor inquires if he wants to retrieve the 168 stones he has dug so far. As he wonders about how and where the rocks would go to, Mr. Advisor reveals that his crest can store whatever and however much he mines. Within a few more minutes of mining, the surrounding rubble made it difficult for him to move around, hence compelling him to retrieve the stones that popped into his inventory like an otherworldly Minecraft. When asked if he wants to automate the retrieval of the stones, he consents immediately. Considering his pace of mining, he is anxious that he might have already dug through the length of the reefs, when Mr. Advisor relays to the Cedric Diggory that he is actually 10 meters below from where he had started. Heel isn't too sure what a meter is, hinting to us that he might be just another Minecraft-loving and metric system, hating American after all. Before long, he breaks a sweat and stops for a breather, only to find that his inventory was brimming with all kinds of ores. He is amazed to find even gold amongst the digits of iron, copper, and bronze. But it's of no use to him now, is it? The most intriguing of them all were the 15 magic stones he has, which upon use will increase his magic power in proportion with the size of the stone used. While he is grateful for having found himself a solution after all these years, his curiosity gets the better of him. The next interesting ones were known as turtle stones, using which he can increase his lifespan by a day for each stone. It was all thanks to his mysterious crest that he has made these amazing discoveries. And he also sees the infamous Sheol Reef in a new light. This was his power. This was his domain. With a newfound energy, he started to dig deeper into the cave and just forgot everything about escaping this place. As he reached a depth of 30 meters, his inventory was overflowing with all kinds of stones, varying from gems to them turtles. Giving in to his growing curiosity, he considers how great it would be if he could use some advanced magic. And in lieu of that hope, he decides to use all the 90 magic stones he has on himself. Contrary to how grand it made it sound, nothing grandiose happened to him when he used them. Neither did he feel any different, nor did he turn into a Super Saiyan. Embarrassed, Heel timidly confirms with Mr. Advisor that he has indeed used them all. And to put it to the test, he decides to try cleaning the piles of dirt he has dug on his way in. He tries conjuring the wind magic by extending his palm. But the moment he did that, blasphemously huge torrent of winds respond to his call. The storm-like prowess cherishes all the rubble, bones, and dirt on its way out, which spews out of the cave like a blowing kettle. The one responsible shivers in fright of what he has just done, his hand trembling in the pain the magic caused. While apologetic to the owners of the bones, Heel cannot believe that just 90 magic stones could empower him so monstrously that he could use such great magic. Sensing something behind himself, he turns around only to be pummeled by something that jumps at his face. And while on the ground, a jello-like creature wobbled on his chest. Soon, it had been 3 days since he was banished to the Sheol Reef. Before departing for his day of work, Heel checks for his tools, food, and most importantly, a new friend named Shell. Whatever creature it was, Shell was his very first companion in this lonely place. It kept bouncing around him back when he had first discovered it, only to realize that the creature was a slime. Mr. Advisor offers him a chance to tame the little thing, but Heel knows nothing about taming. He had indeed read about it previously, but his kingdom that despised monsters allowed none to be seen alive. So even if the skill only worked on non-hostile monsters, there weren't any alive to be tamed. But now that there is no one to judge what he does, he decides to tame the slime. And to complete that, he needs to give it a name. Racking his brain, he named it as Shell, considering its relation to the Sheol Reef. While Shell was obviously unable to understand him, just having someone by his side made Heel feel better. But, unlike what he thought, Shell was far greater, or ought I say, smarter. By expanding, Shell helped him reach parts he alone could not. And using hand gestures, he can tell it to move stuff around, or even himself. However, that wasn't all the fun he had. His discoveries have tripled in the last 3 days, of which he used 500 magic stones to electrocute some fishes for food and create water to drink. Most importantly, Shell was the most comfortable and cool pillow for him, that after a good day of work, he doesn't have to flip over to the cool side. He discovered 10 more slimes while mining, but neither of them were even comparable to Shell. When dawn breaks the next day, he is woken up by a rather frantic Shell. Changing its shape, the little one directed his gaze, and following it, Heel discovers a crashed boat down at the rocks. Riding on Shell, he hurries there in the blink of an eye, only to be bewildered by what he discovers next. Bloodied and battered, there lay a little girl, a muscular hunk, and a frail old one in robes, holding a cane. All of them were green-skinned, announcing to Heel that these were the infamous goblins. Although injured, all of them were fortunately alive, and even if it was an ironclad rule for humans to kill them at first sight, there is no one to rule him here. Unwilling to let them die, he first casts a recovery magic on them, before carrying them to the cave above one at a time. And obviously the hunk was the last of them. Having finally hauled them inside, he treats them to the best of his abilities. And if in case there's a change in their condition, he requests Shell to inform him right away. He is anxious about being attacked, but hopes that his advanced magic can save him. His hands tremble as he grabs the pickaxe again, trying to focus on mining and forgetting about his worries. With each blow at the soil, his next blow grew stronger, and lost in the eventual ASMR of the pickaxe rising and falling, he exclaims at how calming it is. When he looks into his inventory the next time, he discovers 2 new stones, known as the Shining Stone that shone indefinitely, but was useless to him who had the inbuilt night vision. The second one was the Misoji Stone, capable of lifting all sorts of curses. Before he can dig further, Shell came bouncing down the cave, announcing that the goblins were awake, and carrying Heel back on its way back. As they come closer, Heel overhears them talking among themselves, while one of them, a general, was trying to get to his food supplies. The little girl, who was a princess, pleads he doesn't. Sensing Heel's presence behind them, the general immediately alarms the others, who hide behind him, while he holds a blade, fearing the worst. The princess frantically pleads him to put the blade down, but the general was certain that instead of being their savior, Heel was very dangerous. Hearing them speak in the same language as him, Heel is surprised that they are from the same continent as well. But snapping back to reality, he foremost tries assuring them that he means no harm. As their distrust grows, Heel can tell that instead of being hostile, they appear rather afraid of him. And as if in response, the general demands why he is smiling nefariously, if he really doesn't mean any harm, as they say. With no clue at all of them were equally stunned hearing this. And looking at the mirror Shell turned into, Heel understands why. His reflection alone was scary enough to turn John Wick into Gone Wick. And in an attempt to establish a friendliness, he requests they help themselves to the food. Furthermore, he zaps a few fishes out of the water and asks them to feast on them together. Now, terrified of his magical powers, the general demands he just kills them instead of torturing them. When all of a sudden the princess falls on her knees, clenching at her chest as if in pain. Concerned, the others immediately rush to her side as she starts shivering miserably, and distressed by the suddenness, Heel asks if she hasn't been healed completely. Pained by the question, the old one sadly agrees, before revealing with great regret that she has been cursed with the life-shrinking curse. Heel is horrified that such a little child has been cursed, while even the ferocious general weeps at her pain. As he watches, they decide upon sacrificing themselves alongside the princess they have failed to protect. Recalling the Misoji Stone he has in store, Heel hurriedly pleads them to wait because he can cure her. But, having tried everything they could, the others are in disbelief, and even if he isn't too sure himself, Heel is at least willing to give it a shot. Her body starts to glow as soon as he uses it, and because her lifespan was shortened by the curse as well, he uses 79 of the 89 turtle stones as well. At their query full of concern, he explains how the Misoji Stone was capable of negating all curses. When to all of their surprise, a little groan resounds from below, for the little princess returned from the grasps of death itself. A loud bang is followed with an apology as the general smashes his head against the ground as he begs for Heel's mercy, while the 2 others kneel. Heel, who had been roasting fishes around a bonfire, urges they instead come eat with him and introduce themselves while they are at it. The general of the Beldan tribe of goblins introduces himself as El, while Princess Ri the daughter of the king of the tribe, greets Heel, and the robed old man introduces himself as Vari, a goblin shaman. In turn, Heel presents himself as, well, as Heel, a former prince of the kingdom of Sanfeliz. While El assumes his lineage to be the reason behind his powerful magic, Heel politely declines and explains that it was sourced from the stones he had dug up. At his inquiry about their current misery despite their high standings, their faces drop, and El reveals that their hometown had been burned by orcs. Of the royal family, only Ri had managed to survive the mayhem, and while all other goblin clans had rejected them, going to the humans who despised them was a no-go as well. All the survivors ended up seeking refuge, when because of the worsening conditions, the three of them had to escape on a small boat that had eventually crashed on the reef. Ri humbly thanks Heel for taking pity on monsters like them, and although pained by the discrimination, he assures them that it is all right now. With the 79 turtle stones, she has gained 79 days of life, and although her life ahead will be a short one, Ri is thankful to Heel that she can at least die peacefully. The two others were simply grateful as well, but for Heel, it was too early to give up. He speaks about the existence of the turtle stones and how they can dig for a week and get at least a year's worth of life for Ri. Astounded, the two goblins look at each other for a while, before requesting Heel to let them dig as well, and he agrees to it at once. Princess Ri timidly inquires why Heel would be willing to give them the precious turtle stones, and with an assuring look on his face, Heel reasons that he was simply grateful for their presence, and mining was something he simply enjoyed. Tears of gratitude well in the child's eyes, who trembles as she thanks him in a shivering tone. Setting that side, Heel was a little concerned, because they do not have abilities like him, and might end up causing a cave-in while trying to dig. At this, Mr. Advisor reveals that by taming them, Heel can grant them a part of his abilities, including improved mining skills, the ability to earn experience points, and even optimize mining. The general is a little perturbed hearing this, but Heel reasons that it is to simply help them dig, and they are free to decline, for he would give them the stones either way. Vari and El stutter to clarify that while they are more than willing to serve him, they request him to overlook their princess, who, to their utter shock, volunteers to be tamed herself. She reasons that she wants to repay the debt herself by providing whatever help she can. Ri eagerly pleads with Heel to bestow her with a new name, and in lieu of the taming that followed, the General El became Elvan, the Shaman Vari became the Honorable Varis, and the Princess Ri they followed became Riena. Once underground, Heel retrieves the Shining Stone from his inventory, because unlike him, the others didn't possess built-in night vision. The lot is stupefied at how he summoned it out of nowhere, but willing to explain it while they dig, Heel leads them deeper. On their way down, their optimized mining skill is triggered and starts denoting the shining spots while Heel explains why, before halting to instead show it to them. Tremors reverberate through the cave while massive cracks form as his pickaxe lands, stirring a huge lot of dust and rubble. As they subside, the goblins are shocked to find that a humongous hole had been formed ahead, and Heel explains that while he hadn't started out this powerful, they too will be able to grow to this level soon. Realizing that they also lack an inventory, he gestures Shell to call for the other slimes nearby. And from that day forward, the cave became a lot more livelier. The scene soon shifts to a detour in Heel's memories, back when he lay fending for a small, chained creature, all beaten and bruised. 6 of his siblings snickered before them, while one of them summoned a terrifying fireball to burn both of the weaklings to ashes, and a look of hopelessness grew on Heel's face. He was lost in his thoughts while staring at a vial dangling down his necklace, and snaps back to reality as he hears Riena calling his name. There she stood, concerned about his wellness, while Elvin requests him to rest after the tiring day. Clenching the vial tighter, Heel apologizes and reasons that thanks to his Cave King crest, he can dig all day without getting tired. And although that's exactly what she said, he notices an appetizing smell wafting from somewhere nearby. "Yes, today we're having apple pie," speaks Riena as the others grow elated, eager to dig in. It had been 6 days since he came to this cave, and 3 since he met the goblins. So in the meanwhile, they put two and two together to create a bathroom, a reservoir to soak in, and one simple kitchen for Rihanna. She anxiously peeks at him as he helps himself to a piece of the pie, and is startled as he starts to choke. She is flooded with relief as Heel starts to shiver at how good it was. With the items and ingredients he had brought with himself, Rihanna would often create a delicacy or two. Elvin had grown accustomed to such joys of mining, while Varys couldn't disagree, for they were also extending the princess's life. With a warm smile, Rihanna thanks them all for their hard work, while Heel thinks to himself that although things are improving, there were many issues yet to be tackled. His lack of resources was just the start of it. For the firewood, he can depend on the lumber he brought and the occasional driftwood. For food, his only options are the fishes, while all of their clothes are slowly deteriorating as well. He considers buying some supplies from any passing-by ship with the gems he has, and drifts to think about how he had ordered Elvan from overworking himself just today, as if he is having concerns like a real lord. In search of turtle stones, when he strikes the ground the next time, a huge chunk of the rocks give in, revealing a hollow cavern big enough for him to pass through. As he walks into it, he discovers that the entire cave is covered by stones that have a dull orange glow, very similar to the shining stone he possessed, but not exactly the same. Walking deeper, he notices that the ground beneath his feet feels significantly softer than outside. And just as he wonders what kind of a dirt that is, his eyes fall on what was above him. A ginormous, gigantomorphous, and terribloborphous black spider dangled down from the ceiling, just above his head. As his eyes glint, Heel is horrified, thinking that he will be eaten by the monster. But way unlike what he thought, the spider gently landed and hurried deeper into the cave. Walking closer, he discovers that it was actually a mother spider, simply trying to protect the little children behind it from an unknown entity like him. As soon as he apologizes, Mr. Advisor notices the lack of hostility from the arachnids and asks if Heel wants to tame them. In the meanwhile, the ones outside were growing uneasy at Heel's absence, when Elvin hears footsteps behind him. Words wouldn't leave his mouth, for out of a cave emerged Mr. Heel, closely followed by an army of dangerous cave spiders. While the terrified general huddles far against a wall, forgetting for a moment that he has a princess to protect, Heel assures them that the spider Mama Terran and her children have joined them. Varys was baffled by the sheer size of Tehran, who explains that the cave spiders back in their continent were relatively smaller. They were famous for their silk that is stronger than iron, and infamous for their dangerous habit of eating humans and monsters indifferently. Evidently, the spiders here are plenty amicable, so while the tiny tots play around with the slimes and rocks, their mother carried little shell on her back. Varys further reveals that the dirt Heel had discovered was actually the spider's doo-doo, and is an exceptional fertilizer for growing crops. When the question rises about where they would farm, Heel offers to show them something special, and leads them to the cave he had emerged from a while ago. As he ushers them, they are surprised to find an intricately carved set of stairs descending, and generously lit by the ever-shining stones. He takes pride in it for having widened the narrow cave on his way back up, while his crest has facilitated the new features. His crest has been upgraded a while ago, and thanks to that Cave King rank 2, he gains the skill of design to change the shape of whatever he mines, process, and synthesize things like rock and sand inside his inventory to create gravel with the workshop skill. Furthermore, he can use the workshop skill and access his inventory even outside the cave. As a final bonus, he can also bless his tamed monsters with night vision. All in all, they had a lot of work to look forward to the next day, while many fishes would be grilled to raise a toast and welcome Terran and the kiddos. The clang of metal striking against metal echoed throughout the next day, as the three men committed themselves to create iron tools. While Varys would plan them, Heel would process the ores, and Elvin would finally assemble it all together. In the meanwhile, Rihanna got to knitting clothes, towels, and such, using the spider silk. Heel would occasionally go visit the spiders, whom he had made in charge of the farming using their stuff. And amidst all of this, one of Terran's kids blossomed as a surprising talent. With multiple pickaxes equipped, It was even comparable to the Cave King himself. When they tried sowing one of the waste apple seeds into the spider dirt, it was in a matter of just a few minutes that a fully grown apple tree sprouts, bearing many plump red fruits. The orange stones that Heel had first encountered in this cave were actually known as sunstones and accelerated the growth of living beings like Terran. Despite trying to search for more, he was only able to gather 678 of them. So, he leaves their management to Rihanna, alongside the planning of the plantation area using them. He was a little worried about her overworking herself, but it was also the reason why he could trust her, because everyone was simply trying their best at whatever they can. Riding on Shell, he would descend down the slide he added to the stairs and continue mining alongside the spiders with a peace of mind and a new goal. Contrary to her small size, Princess Rihanna was actually 15 years old like Heel, and while she had gained 5 more years of life, he is sure that she wants to live more. Because he is the most efficient at mining, he is hence trying to get more turtle stones. However, with the next blow, he uncovers a strange white stone that he decides to set aside for the time being. But as soon as it enters his inventory, Mr. Advisor identifies it as a dragon orb, and it can bring a corpse back to life. Overwhelmed by the discovery, he urges everyone digs around that area for more. But despite their combined efforts with the tiny furballs, it was all for naught. He immediately summons it back outside, because if in case he dies, it wouldn't even be retrieved, much less used. He is startled as Elven's voice echoes from above, and instead of explaining anything at his query and requests he hurries to them at once. He securely places the dragon orb on one of the outcrops. But while Heel ran up the stairs, the orb lolled away and onto the head of one of the many skeletons just busy being dead. The tone of urgency in Elvan's voice grew into desperation by the time he makes it to the surface, because in the distant ocean ahead, the Beldon tribe's ship was in sight. The ship was bobbing amidst the fierce waves, trying its best to stay upright in the brewing storm. Tears well in the goblins' eyes, grateful that their friends, including Elvan's daughter, is still alive. Because it might be troublesome to dock that huge ship, Heel suggests Elvan takes his boat to reach them, and simultaneously summons a hefty pouch filled with gems and such. He offers it as a parting gift that they can use as the money required for their tribe to settle anywhere they want. Elvan is a little confused about what Heel is trying to get at, hearing which, Heel explains that because their friends are finally here, they should use this chance to leave this treacherous place. He is even elated that he might finally get his hands on a few handy stuff by trading with them once they settle down somewhere. A brief moment of discomfort and sadness falls upon Rhi and Varys, while Elvan silently trembles behind. He was shivering in pain. In a pained voice, he pleads Mr. Heel to not abandon them. Heel is literally blown away by the sheer force of his words, because even if they weren't his tamed monsters, they had still sworn their allegiance to him, and would even make the others swear their loyalty to him. Rhi and Varys agree soon after, claiming with pride that as his subordinates, they ought to stay with their master. While Heel stutters that although he appreciates their concern, they might never get another chance like this. Well aware of it herself, Rhi timidly asks if he will be willing to go with them as well. Heel could not bring himself to speak. Looking at the shoal reef behind him, he remembers the very first plan he had about leaving the place. But now, he simply could not. Realizing this reason behind his silence, Rhi decides that if he won't, they won't leave the place either. Elvan grins back at him while Varys smiles, announcing that they share the same opinion. And although absorbed in the emotional moment, Heel notices something very wrong in the distance that Elvan forgot about. The ship that was being tossed just a while ago had now tilted over, and by the time Elvan took notice, his brethren had been spilled across the waves, trying to stay afloat. Rihanna rushed towards Heel's boat to try and rescue them, while Elvan and Varys followed soon after. But Heel could tell that they won't make it in time. The feeling of heaviness from his past haunted his heart, with the same hopelessness that he felt back when he failed to protect the little creature that had been brutally pulverized by his siblings. As Rihanna watches in utter disbelief, he jumped right off the cliff and straight toward the jagged rocks below. He doused the fire of doubt in his mind and tore towards the drowning goblins ahead, because he was the Cave King. Resolute to remain strong, He uses all of the 8,879 magic stones he has, and cast a humongous freeze spell on the water right before he made contact. Rihanna and the lot witness as the raging waves are frozen enough to instead support the sinking ship, and although baffled at the power himself, Heel snaps back and urges Elvin hurries over the ice instead of using the boat. With a fierce cry, Elvin immediately jumps off the cliff as well. But as soon as he lands, he slips straight into the water because of how slippery the ice was. As Heel curses himself for not thinking this through, Taryn scoops him on her back, while her chisel-like legs help cling to the ice path. Literally following in their mother's footprints, the tiny tots scurry after her while picking up Elvon, who apologizes for having been prejudiced against them previously. Shell and the other slimes came galloping along, and at Heel's command, they transformed. Having transformed into buoyant blocks, they were helpful for the goblins to either climb or cling onto them, while Terran spewed some webs for them to hold on, and Heel tenaciously kept freezing the waves rushing at them. After a few hours of desperate efforts, and albeit with a few injuries, all of the goblins safely made it to the shore. An elated little Rihanna rushes to thank Heel for saving all 205 of their goblin friends. But before he can even respond, an even louder wail takes over. Elvin cried in gratitude that his precious daughter was safe and sound while Fu pleads him to stop with the embarrassing stuff. Heel and the lot can tell that their general is truly happy after having parted with his own daughter to protect their princess, who in the meanwhile thanks Heel for everything he did for them. Heel remains silent for a brief while, before speaking that he wasn't alone. Not only Taryn and her children, but even the slimes and they made it possible. With a warm smile across his face, Heel thanks them for staying by his side. Varys gently bows to thank him for being kind unlike any humans they knew, but all of a sudden halts to ask about the mysterious someone behind him, who had been tailing Heel for a while now. Plenty curious himself, Heel turns around to have quite a peculiar encounter. A bare-bodied, short-statured someone stood behind him with his hands crossed, and without a single clue himself, Heel asks Varys if he wasn't someone from their ship, because had he been on the island, he was disturbingly naked enough to be eye-catching, so there's no chance to be missed. As Heel introduces himself, curious about who he was, Mr. Anonymous just walks away. He moves over to the temporary camp they set up and starts eating the fishes being roasted there, hinting that he was hungry, and a man of few, or well, no words. Ignoring who and what he was, Heel decides to just get him dressed for the time being. As the next day dawns, his pickaxe reveals quite a sharply cut block of stones, because with the influx of 205 new residents, Heel prepared 41 rooms for 5 each. Things became even livelier when he tamed all of them, but funny enough, the trouble of naming all of them was the most painful experience for him. However, with their ship being wrecked, they could barely salvage any of the supplies, which compelled them to strive even harder at producing the daily necessities that were still scarce. That afternoon, Rihanna came to him with a special cup of something on a tray. Thanking him for his regular hard work, she requests he tries it out, and enticed by the familiar smell and color, Heel hurriedly takes a sip, for it was grape juice. With a chuckle, she reveals that she was fortunate enough to chance upon a few rotten fruits from the ship, which provided her the seeds necessary to grow a bountiful tree using the sunstones. Furthermore, she is positive that although it's a small plantation now, it would grow well in the years to come. Heel is appalled at the mention of years and commends her forethought, while her face turns all reddish. She agrees to try her best in assisting him, when all of a sudden, a huge ruckus drags Heel away. A goblin blacksmith was fuming at the mysterious dwarf, who did nothing but stand and stare at his work. To Heel's surprise, they've been calling the buck-naked guy Mappa, who swoops in to take a closer look at the blacksmith's work, and tosses it away while sighing in disappointment. Frustrated, the smith forcefully hands him his hammer and urges he make something himself before mocking him. But with the hammer in his hands, Mappa's eyes glint with a strange determination. He sees himself on the workbench, and as he raises the hammer, it was clad in a pale glow. Mappa's muscles swell as he hammers the iron with monstrous blows, and not only were they powerful, but also extremely fast and precise. After tempering the iron in water and coals a few times over, The resulting head of a pickaxe was as if a work of art. However, things like pickaxe were tools that required durability, not elegance. With intentions of testing it out against his doubts, Heel tries mining at the lowest floor where he had been mining previously, and alongside the wall, all of his doubts were just blown away. As he praises the item, Mappa responds with a like, but past him, Heel notices something terribly amiss. He could no longer find the dragon orb he had placed on the outcrop previously, but as he looks past the boulder, he is alarmed. The boulder was actually a mound on top of what looked like a grave, and its shape and size was oddly familiar. He realizes that the thing he had missed to see in the shadows before were actually Mappa's remains, and combined with the dragon orb, a legendary blacksmith had been hence revived. Heel wasn't sad at the loss of the orb, but was instead relieved that he found a new comrade thanks to it. With the increased quality of tools, they first built a proper coast outside, before rebuilding the wrecked ship of the goblins. Mining was definitely their biggest priority, during which he found a few more friendly slimes, and once tamed, they provided ample help with the transportations. While everything was going in a peaceful sync, the number of turtle stones they found henceforth started to decrease. Upon learning this, the thought of the smiling Rihanna assuring him that everything was okay, when it definitely wasn't, pained him a lot. As of latest, they've only managed to increase her lifespan by 10 years. And while he was sure that she definitely wanted to live longer, it wasn't actually her. It was Heel that wanted Rihanna to stay together with them for many more years to come. He wanted to develop this reef and thrive together, but while he was lost in these thoughts, his blows unveiled yet another cave, and past that gaping hole expanded an entire room. Its walls were decorated with intricate carvings, with an even majestic pedestal. Instead of being uninhabited, Heel just feels that a civilization might have actually existed at this forsaken place. A strange oval-shaped golden object rested atop the pedestal, and with plans of simply collecting them, for now, he retrieves them. The first find was a heart stone, which would act as an artificial core for a doll that he could create by combining materials in the inventory. As for the golden egg he discovered and retrieves, Mr. Advisor identifies it as a change stone, capable of evolving a monster. Although he wasn't totally sure how it worked out, he was pretty scared to learn that it changed a monster into a totally different species, but would inherit the previous body's renewed age and personality. Sitting around a bonfire by the crashing waves, he reveals about its existence to the others, while Mappa helps himself to the fishes. At his query, Varys in turn reveals that every goblin knew about the Change Stone, for it was mentioned in their legends. He further elaborates that the hobgoblins and leaf goblins they all knew about were originally regular goblins like them. However, in search of strength, a few evolved as hobgoblins, while those intent on residing deep within the forests turned into leaf goblins, all thanks to the Change Stone. Heel finally gains a brief insight into evolution thanks to this, and inquires if Elven was a hobgoblin as well. The general denies, while Varys explains that Elven was born with that body, and Rhee wanders off to wonder about how the bulky child of an Elven might have looked like. As Varys exclaims in surprise at the sight of the legendary stone, Heel relays that following his crest's advice, the stone evolved a monster, alongside renewing its lifespan. The others are astounded hearing this, and when Heel asks if they want to try it, Varys politely reasons that although he is curious, he isn't intent on changing his body, while Elven reasons that his muscles are too cool to be lost. However, Rhee did not speak. She slowly stutters that she wants to help Heel in any way she can, even if it is by using little magic or such. But she couldn't just bring herself to ask for something so precious. Varys praises her idea, because as goblins, they are inherently incapable of using any magic at all. And even Heel agrees, because not only could she grow magically, but the evolution would also help her live longer. Hearing his wish for her to, Rihanna firmly announces her resolve to evolve, and Heel hands her the Change Stone. With the stone tightly clasped in her hands, Rihanna thinks from the very bottom of her heart about her wish to stay beside Mr. Heel, and the Change Stone starts to glow. Its blinding light was too overwhelming for the others who cover their eyes, but as the light fades away, their eyes widen in awe. Rihanna had grown into an extremely beautiful elf-like being. But while she was confused by the change in her body and stature, our dear Mappa was overwhelmed, for she evolved naked. Heel's drowsy eyelids part a few hours later, when he suddenly remembers Rihanna's evolution from when he was last awake. Responding to his call, the same Rihanna's face greets his eyes with a downward look. His eyes flare open as he realizes that he had been sleeping on her lap all along. He panics as his embarrassment takes over and immediately jumps away as Rihanna reveals that he had collapsed out of nowhere. He recalls how Mappa's nosebleed was strong enough to knock him out and discovers that he had been asleep for an entire quarter of a day, for it was still night outside. He confirms with Rihanna if she was feeling all right, because with her change, she had gained a rather humane look. In a disheartened tone, she speaks that she didn't really like her old self. She had been cursed at birth, which nabbed her lifespan and growth. As a princess, she became a subject to public mockery because her sisters were far beautiful, and although her parents tried helping her at first, they eventually gave up and started ostracizing her instead. As such, while using the Change Stone, her wish had been influenced by her little desire to become beautiful. She apologizes for using the precious treasure for such a selfish desire of hers. But even Heel could tell that ever since he came to this island, he felt changed. Disregarding her personal wishes, he is simply relieved that she has a new life to look forward to. And it would be a waste if her body didn't evolve the way she wanted it to. Without Heel, none of it could have ever come to pass. So Rihanna decides to repay the favor by offering her everything to him as well. As she clutches his hand in her own, he grows a little perturbed at the moment, and jolts as he realizes that Mappa and Shell had been silently watching it all for a while now. Using the webs from Terran and the others, she weaved a new set of clothes for herself. And although awestruck by her beauty, many of the goblins couldn't believe this change. However, when they saw her working hard, like her former self, the resemblance familiarized them. Having grown capable of using magic, she dedicated herself to studying it from Heel and Varys, alongside martial arts from Elven. However, that wasn't all. Reyna could finally help out with the physical chores that she could not previously, and while staring at her for a moment, he flinches as a curious Varys suddenly pops up behind him. Flustered, he clarifies that he wasn't really looking at her legs when he obviously was. But Varys instead praises him because that's where her crest of farmer was at. Although unknowingly, back when Heel had entrusted Rihanna with the plantations, he made a really wise decision because her crest made crops plentiful. Heel was simply bewildered to learn that even goblins possess crests, because to his limited knowledge, only humans were capable of handling such powers. At this, Varys displays his own crest of Sorcery King that graced his palm, and was a really powerful and rare one, that only one of Heel's brother possessed it. Unfortunately for Varys, he couldn't even wield magic being a goblin. Heel grows saddened hearing this, while Varys reasons that despite the drawback, he was fortunate enough to just study about magic and become a shaman. Before Heel could even propose a chance at finding another Change Stone, Varys politely requests they quit this pointless conversation and tend to the matter at hand. On the day before, Varys had proposed a plan to reclaim land from the sea and expand the island, because the need to grow crops was dire. They were also considering to create a bigger space for the kids to play while they were at it. Varys pleads he just gives him the raw materials required instead of overworking himself after gathering them as well. But Heel was intent on trying something while he can, and if in case he fails, Varys can take over. Finally capable of using the workshop skill outside the cave, he had a plan in mind, and in lieu of that, he first combines stone and sand to create gravel, then process it to form crude rocks, and then design them into rock blocks. Using a fair amount of magic stones, he summons the power to control the rocks and place them in the planned locations. He'd create water using water magic, and then mix it with spider dirt to create a substitute for cement, and then use it as an adhesive between the blocks. The goblins were dumbstruck witnessing such magic, but the others were used to such arts that defied logic. A beautiful expanse of leveled land was hence created, and the children rushed to play in the beach, all elated. Forgive that poetic detour. Heel was overjoyed at the smile of innocence on their faces, while Rihanna comes promising to work hard and create a field of bountiful crops. But, as Heel turns to appreciate her, a humongous bird swooped in and makes away with their legendary blacksmith. "Mappa!" screamed everyone at the sight of the giant avian known as killer birds, while Heel hurriedly urges everyone to head back inside the cave. Elvin's daughter, Fu, notices a fellow child tripping over. But as she rushed to help him out, Rihanna let out a scream of panic. One of the many killer birds was rushing in towards them. But in the very next instance, its head was just gone. Heel recognized the burly hand grasping the blade responsible, for it was the fearsome goblin general and the doting father, Elvan. For having dared to attack his precious daughter, he slaughters the birds with a flurry of blows, and although amazed by his monstrous strength, Heel sure took his time to snap back and assist him. Because by the time he did, someone else screams, "Shield!" He turns around to find that Rihanna had spawned a magic shield to protect their backs from one of the birds, and insists they focus on attacking while she covers for them. The three of them gradually engage in a mutually symbiotic cycle of defend and attack when Varys announces from above that everyone else had safely made it to the cave. He urges they hurry as well, and Elvan pleads the same while offering to guard their retreat. However, Heel would not leave him alone. He summons the Heartstone from his inventory, alongside 300 rocks to be used as materials for doll production. When the birds attack the next time, a humongous pair of hands rise to apprehend them, and those belong to the large-sized golem that Heel created. In the meanwhile, the bird that had tried swallowing Mappa was evidently struggling, and after failing to bear with the outrageous taste, puked him out, while Shell hurries to catch him in the nick of time. With the last of their worries having been dealt with, Heel requests Elvan if he can gather the remaining birds above. Willing to follow, Elvan hurls his axe away, which was tied to a rope at its rear end. He hurriedly fastens the rope around his left arm, while simultaneously tugging to control the axe through the rope, and lassos it around the birds while choking the living hell out of them. Made out of spider silk, there wasn't even a chance for them to break out of it, and willing to seize the chance, Heel urges them to get down against the ground. As they comply, he unleashes a massive blast of the frost-related spell of Blizzard. Sourced using the power of over 9,000 magic stones, the magic overwhelmed the birds in an instant, freezing them on spot. Shrieks and screeches resound as the few remainders decide to flee, and conclusively, it was their sweet victory. Cheers echo as the goblins rejoiced in celebration, and although smeared in blood, Elvan praises Heel's power with great joy. Really concerned about his safety, Rihanna came rushing towards him when all of a sudden her legs gave in. Her body was trembling as she reasoned that she had been really terrified, but with a soft expression, reasons that because Heel was by her side, she was all right. Although flustered by her confession, Heel shows her his own trembling legs, for he had almost pissed his pants as well. The two share a chuckle, and before long, all the other members of their family swarmed around them to raise a toast. Although it wasn't much, Heel finally found people who accepted him. He finally felt as if even someone as incompetent as him could become kind of like an actual feudal lord. But for one sure thing, some roasted killer bird meat was on the menu today. The carcasses of the killer birds were carefully slit into huge chunks after skinning it. The feathers became quite popular among the innocent ones, while the appetizing smell of the meat being fried, roasted, and boiled for stew emanated throughout the island. Raising a toast to their master Heel, all of them eagerly took part in the hearty feast. Well, maybe exclude the golem. It had been many days since they had eaten actual meat, so obviously it was nothing short of a celebration for them. For Heel, such a great banquet was unprecedented even in comparison with his royal life. As Rihanna hands him a plateful, he gratefully helps himself to it, but as soon as he took his first bite off of it, man was he lost in the delicious greasy taste. Glad that her cooking was to his liking, Rihanna also hands him a bowl of the soup, and although it was definitely tasty as well, he couldn't help but notice that this meat had a different taste to it. Rihanna giggles that he noticed it, because each section of the killer bird had a different taste to itself. Its wings and legs tasted like chicken, while the breasts taste like beef, and the shoulders taste like pork. While further attacks from the birds could be dangerous, they could also look at them as a good source of food. Varys walks up to him and suggests they have the golem stand watch outside the cave, because killer birds do not attack anyone bigger than them in terms of size. Furthermore, Varys proposes to build a few decent watchtowers and sturdy walls that will protect their crops from saltwater damage. Heel agrees, but requests that he at least lets him process the rocks required. When all of a sudden, he notices a crouched someone behind him, chewing a little loudly. Elvin's daughter, Fu, sat munching on a rib and staring hard at him. He is a little unsettled when she starts hopping around as if scanning him. He knew who she was, but couldn't quite remember her name. And realizing this, Fula, or the former Fu, reminds him of it. Heel apologizes about forgetting the name he himself had gifted her, and politely inquires if she wanted something from him. With an indifferent look, Fula straightforwardly asks about why he is so strong. She is bewildered as he replies that it was because of the magic power increasing stones he dug up while mining, and eagerly requests to try and dig them as well. Rihanna gently reminds her about how she must first evolve herself to use magic, but Fully was undeterred. She firmly announces that she is ready to evolve as well, but Heel politely apologizes again because he simply doesn't have any more change stones on himself. Her pops popped up behind her, demanding Full to stop bothering him. Elvan apologizes to Master Heel, reasoning that she was simply bent on growing stronger, while she argues that she simply cannot help it with a strong father like him. Elvan is overjoyed hearing his cold daughter speak in admiration of him, and Heel warmly announces that if she does dig up a change stone, she can freely use it. Fula couldn't contain herself hearing this, and immediately stormed off, promising to be of help to him because she was good at mining. While her concerned father confirmed this with Heel, Fule requests the stuffed Mappa to make her a pickaxe like Heel's. Of the 1,800 magic stones he possessed, he used 800 of them on Rihanna, who felt a sudden change within herself and inquisitively asked him about it. Heel replies that he has simply increased her magic power temporarily, and although flustered, Rihanna promises to make his precious gift worth it. Elvan rushes in with a heaped plate, urging them both to eat more, to get stronger, as if a grandma on Thanksgiving. On this eventful day, they completed the entire reclamation of the land and feasted like there was no tomorrow. This was the very first Memorial Day in the Sheol Reef. As the next day dawns, Heel sneezes quite loudly because Rihanna had decided to create an underground freezer to store the leftover meat. They shiver because she had used all of her increased magic power to build it. And with the steel doors sealing it tight, the preserves would hopefully last them for over half a year. Obviously, Mappa had been the one who built the big steel door, and surprisingly, also the one who designed the interior cellars. But that wasn't all that the dwarf had in store. Mappa planned and renovated the entire forge to an outstanding degree, and having finally grown capable of using magic, Rihanna started becoming more independent. Under Varys and Elvan's keen guidance, the fortification of their coast proceeded smoothly enough for Heel to return to mining with no worries. Full of the miners surprised hearing that no cave-ins or accidents have happened till now, and unable to explain himself properly, Heel reasons that it was thanks to his Cave King crest. Regardless of what optimization it offered, it was still unbelievable to Fully that Heel had no accidents with neither experience nor idea about mining. She notices the dire need for some proper ventilation in the area and cleaning the accumulating dust which could affect their lungs. Heel is terrified learning that accumulating gases could be poisonous, or even worse, explosive. He commends her vast knowledge about mines and mining, which she gratefully claims to be because of her early interest, and specifically, her crest on her collarbone. While it wasn't even comparable to his Cave King, her miner's crest was quite handy. Heel was elated finding himself a guru to trust and someone who is eager to teach him. With only her experience, and without a Mr. Advisor or an automatic inventory, Fully lagged in terms of quantity and speed. But considering her intuition and efficiency, she is his strongest competitor since Terran Jr. Once when they were busy mining, Fully asks if he had someone like a father, and with a bitter look on his face, Heel sadly stutters, "I did." Fula was certain that his father must be a great man. But the sadness on Heel's face spoke otherwise. Irrespective of how far he was from them, he was still afraid of them, because they were the actual monsters with monstrous powers and absolutely no mercy. When he asks if Fully wants to become as strong as Elvin, she denies it in a manner that makes it an obvious yes. He silently chuckled while she made a significant blow, indicating that there was empty space behind it, which to her fortune might be a cave with a change stone. The room they unearthed this time was way larger, but designed with similar intricate carvings. Furthermore, there were hollow spaces where strange statues stood dormant. As soon as it clicks to him, he immediately shouts for Fully to wait. But it was too late, and the statue starts to move towards her with glowing eyes. He hurriedly whips up a shield to block the fiery blast it shoots using magic. Heel first confirmed the bewildered Fully's safety, and then notices that unlike the golem he make, these lot were capable of using magic. He fends again as one of them even attacks with a sword. But as his attention diverted to one, he was completely surrounded by 4 others. Unfazed by their numbers, he crosses his hands and unleashes an entire barrage of storm spells to shove them away. The magic this time was so darn strong that the heavy golems were just hurled against the walls. Fool stutters an apology for triggering them thoughtlessly, but Heel pardons her because even he hadn't expected such powerful golems that were now destroyed. At his command, Shell bounces away to inform the others to temporarily stop mining and prevent any more frightening discoveries like this. In the meanwhile, Fully chances upon a golden gem and eagerly inquired if it was a change stone. Unfortunately for her, Mr. Advisor identifies it as a sorcery stone, capable of storing magic, and is a potential item for doll creation. She is a little disheartened hearing this, but freaks out as Mappa silently appears through the darkness like a smooth criminal. While the two exclaim at his sudden arrival, Mappa walks past them and picks up the huge sword of the fallen golem and even starts dancing around. Whistling to a lovely tune, he cheerfully made his way through the entrance and out of their sight. Fully is simply confused if all humans are crazy naked like Mappa, but firmly denying that accusation, Heel instead emphasizes at how happy Mappa looked for once. He wonders if the swords had to do something with it, but when he tried picking one up, it simply won't budge. Even with their combined efforts, the huge-ass blade didn't move an inch. Using his brain, Heel tried to retrieve it directly into his inventory, but Mr. Advisor reveals that besides the stuff he mines, he cannot collect anything else. He laments that he cannot collect any processed items right now, but when he considers breaking it apart, even his crest failed to make it through. However, Heel wasn't done yet. The next time he strikes at it, the sword finally breaks, but so did his pickaxe. He is a little sad that Mappa's special axe gave in, but the collected bits of the sword turned out to be orichalcum, a legendary metal of incredible durability and magical affinity. Unable to lift it up, Heel is even more confused because the description even quotes it to be lighter than metal. The scene shifts to a raging Elvan, who was trying his hand at lifting the mysterious sword that Mappa had brought over. Rihanna notices a curious Heel, Fule, and Shell emerge from a cave behind them, and replies that all of them were trying to lift the sword, and it's finally Elvin's turn. As Heel reveals that the sword is actually made out of 300 orichalcum ingots, Fule immediately rushes to plead her father to stop with the impossible. However, with a final roar, Elvan manages to haul the blade over his shoulders, while the crowd cheers for him. Heel is awestruck as he spots the great warrior crest glowing on his shoulder blade and explaining the sudden spike in his strength. But before Elvan could flaunt it, his grip on the hilt loosened, and the blade's weight tipped him over. The onlookers are shocked as he fell limp after hitting his head hard against the ground, and Heel rushed to cast a recovery spell on him. He asks Elvan to refrain from doing such dangerous stunts, but is even more injured when Fully crashes into his stomach. Seeing her shiver, Elvan is terribly concerned for her, who breaks into tears and blames him for worrying her. Heel and Rihanna smile as Elvan apologizes and hugs his daughter. When from the corner of his eyes, Heel spots Mappa quietly making away with the sword of concern. Thrown into a crucible, the orichalcum melts in the sweltering temperatures of their forge. Dwarves were noble beings who enjoyed working with rare metals, and combined with their incredible strength, techniques, and spiritual arts, they were legendary. Witnessing Mappa's dedicated fervor at working with the orichalcum, Heel is finally certain that he is a true dwarf. Mappa offers his work up to Heel, and by just holding it in his hands, the Cave King was blown away. The formulated pickaxe was unbelievably light, like the description had previously mentioned. Smelting all the orichalcum, Mappa creates all sorts of tools. And although he was definitely the real deal as a dwarf, Heel wasn't too sure of the part about him being naked. The scene is followed by a loud crash that resounds when Elvan's axe surprisingly bounces off of something unbelievably durable. The great warrior felt a great sense of excitement, dropped his dual axes, and slammed his hands into each other, ready to face the challenger with his brute force and bare hands. In the meanwhile, Fulla took a deep breath inside the mines and confirmed that the air was perfectly fit. They created a simple ventilation hole upon Fullas's recommendation, while Mappa devised a complicated tidal-powered fan to constantly push fresh air from outside. Despite their eagerness to mine as soon as possible, the pair decide to wait for the entire cavern to be properly aerated. Eventually, the bored Fulla decided to visit the forge for the day, while Heel decides to start planning a few golems. With the 14 artificial hearts and 10 magic stones he found from the destroyed golems, he decided to create new guard golems. While Mappa's dealing with the creation of equipments, his drawing stick just went on and on as his thoughts directed. And before realization dawns that he had been carried away, the menacing sketch of a golem with all sorts of weapons lay before his eyes. With a goofy look on his face, he continues adding more details to it, like a child excited for his new toy. He jolts as he finds Rihanna silently peeking at his work of art from behind. Flustered, he hurriedly erases it as she requests him to spare some time. When he asks about the reason behind this rare request, Rihanna claims that it would be more fun if he sees it for himself, with a coy look on her face. As she leads him, they pass through a well-kept storage room for the Sunstones, and when they arrived at the plantation area, Heel's jaw dropped. The barren coast had been turned into a paradise of all kinds of beautiful flora. He spots apples, grapes, lemons, and even palm trees in the digits now, and commends Rihanna for making it into such a grand orchard. She laments that as of now, there isn't enough produce for all. But as Heel watches, she takes a stance against an innocent palm tree. With a violent cry, she punches the trunk, and as she does, a few coconuts detach and fall from the cluster above. With a furious kick, she slices their tops and gracefully catches them while Heel stood dumbfounded. To the coconut water, she adds some lemon juice and a few chunks of ice to keep it chilled. Transferring them into jars, she serves them in glasses made of wood, while the overall mixing increases the volume well enough for all of them to enjoy in moderation. As he takes a sip, Heel wonders about her monstrous growth, but as the taste hit him, he exclaims at the refreshing, sweet, yet perfectly acidic balance of the drink. Rihanna's eyes lit up hearing his praise when he hears Elvan's voice in the distance. Accompanied by Varys and several others, Elvan carried something quite huge on his shoulders. At his query, Heel affirms that he was ready to restart mining, but couldn't help but notice the shell-like carapace he brought along. Elvan proudly claims that it was the shell of a creature known as Satan that he just defeated at the island's rear shore. He shows off its incredible build that even repelled his axe without much of a dent. At Heel's confusion about how he defeated it, he reveals that he had simply forced it open, which was only possible because of his absurd strength. As they forced its shell open, Varys emptied a suspicious-looking organ into a tub that was soon filled with a strange liquid. As soon as the curious Mappa licks it with his finger, he falls hard on his back and starts trembling violently. With a sinister look, Varys reveals that the liquid possessed poisonous properties, depending on how it was processed. But that was just a commendable joke, for he clarifies that nothing but a purple dye was extracted from the liquid. But Heel casts a recovery spell just in case. Starting from killer birds and Satan shells to ancient golems, the number of their enemies kept rising, and to deal with them all, Heel creates an entire legion comprised of 14 new golems, half of them considerably bigger than their counterparts. Including his first creation, There were 15 in total, of which numbers 6 to 15, that is 10 of them were imbued with magic stones. Of the 10, 2 specialized in defensive magic, while the others picked an elemental magic, 2 each. 2 golems with ice magic, 2 with fire magic, 2 with lightning, and similarly, 2 more with wind magic. Heel notices a few frantic goblins sounding the emergency bell on top of the defensive wall and announcing that numerous Satan shells were invading them from the one side where the walls were still incomplete. As they rush over, they discover over 50 of those indestructible spiky donuts climbing on the walls. At Heel's demand, Varys reveals that Satan shells can easily endure heat and cold, but not lightning. Heel requests Elvan to leave this ordeal to him, because he wants to test the new golems, to which he agrees at once, but asks he calls for him right away if things turn south. Heel confirms with Rhianna if she is capable of using lightning-attributed magic, and with her confirmation, they move over to his golem number 1. Extending its arms, it helps Heel up, who in turn helps Rhianna, and with both of them atop its joined palms, Heel takes command of his golem army. The Satan shells had already climbed over the wall by the time they made it, and as they hurled themselves at them, Heel commands the 2 defensive golems to guard, and numbers 6 and 7 comply. Zeus rages as Rhianna summons a thunderbolt and wreaks havoc upon the crawling digits. The golems were as if mobile forts to Elvan and Varys, while their master Heel dictated their mobility. Equipped with the lightning attribute, golems 14 and 15 joined the fray, and their power were quite disastrous. Stunned, the Satan shells halted momentarily and retorted by spewing their special liquid capable of paralyzing their targets. The defensive duo relentlessly fended them, and standing atop golem number 1, Rhianna wasted neither mana nor chance at electrocuting them. With the defensive twins, the damage intake was nullified, and with relentless attacks from their end, the Satan shells were subdued in no time. Unwilling to let their harvest go to waste, Rhianna decides to have the golems carry the Satans to the freezer. Following Heel's orders, all 15 golems scooped the spiky donuts with their hands, when all of a sudden, Rhianna flinches as she spots a struggling Satan preparing to attack the clueless Heel. She throws herself at him and takes the poisonous attack herself, while a swift, clean blow kills the Satan for good. The assailant, Elvan, confirms the thankful Heel's safety, who then turns to thank Rhianna. However, his face turns bright red as he discovers her laying atop him, all drenched in the paralyzing poison that made it difficult for her to even move away from him. Embarrassed, he hurriedly casts a recovery spell on her and immediately distances himself. When he turns again, he is shocked yet flustered to find her all sticky and rushes away to get some water to help her clean. But on his way back, he spots a sudden shine from within one of the Satan shells. Upon close inspection, he chances upon a pearl, which was an extremely rare find. Rhianna exclaimed at how pretty it was, and without a use for it himself, Heel offers it to her as a gift. He explains that he simply doesn't understand its value, but with such a precious gift in her hands, Rhianna is all flustered. She starts stuttering while her face is all red, and with a frantic apology, she returns it and storms away. Dull as lead, Heel simply couldn't understand why. After mining for the entire next day, Heel announces a break to all of his fellow miners, but Fuller requested to keep at it for a while more. Understanding her dedication, Heel reminds her to at least eat on time, to which she agrees at once, because Rhianna's cooking was simply too good to be refused. He leaves Golem number 1 to report in case of any accidents in his absence. Fuller had an incomparable zeal to mine, and with the Golem's protection, their mining efficiency had only incremented. With the lot many Satan shells defeated on the day before, their full course menus were obviously comprised of the spiky donuts, while Mappa took the meaning of plateful serving to a whole new level. The Satan shells seemed to have nested somewhere around them, because they kept appearing on their shore and eventually became a sturdy supply for food, strong shells, and dye. Things would keep sweeping up their shore from time to time, but what came next was more than just blessings. With the dawn of the next day, Heel witnessed the true elegance of the dye known as Tyrian purple for the very first time. Under Varys' guidance, a few goblins specializing in clothwork created it out of the liquid they collected from the Satan shells. Their quality was far superior to any that Heel had seen, and spotting Elvan walking up to them, they suggest he come witnesses the same. However, they could only be confused by what followed next, because the ever-cheerful Elvan they knew had a grave look on his face and he did not speak why. Clenching his fist, he requests Heel to follow him to the coastline in a gravely serious tone. As they do, they discover that a crowd had already formed near the edge. The thing of concern was a corpse, very unlike the goblins, with yellow hair, a muscular build, and tusks. The surrounding goblins immediately knew that it was an orc and started distancing themselves from it, when Elvan further explains that the orc had been caught in the embankment and pulled to the surface by them. However, his voice now was tinted with a deep, founded anger and disgust, because as the seal on the orc's clothes indicated, it was the very tribe of orcs that had destroyed the Beldon tribe's hometown. The goblins were reasonably scared, but as one of them starts kicking at the orc to vent his anger, the others immediately follow suit. Heel pleads them to wait, but they simply would not. And when he turns to seek help from Elvan and Varys, they wouldn't respond either. Heel realizes that he simply couldn't step in here, because the orcs were the sworn enemies of the Beldon tribe after all. However, a certain someone else could, and they did. The princess of the Beldan tribe was furious at their disrespectful behavior, and demands if her tribe has fallen so low that they even disgrace the dead. The goblins timidly reason and remind her about how these orcs had massacred their friends and families, and even pinned her father, their king, to the walls using swords to set an example. Rhianna could certainly feel the rage past their fear, but she still couldn't allow them to respond in kind. She announces that as the master of the island, Mr. Heel is the only one to decide what would happen to anyone or anything that drifts here. Rhianna kneels before the same, apologizing in the goblin's stead, and although uncertain himself, Heel silently thanks Rhianna. He strides ahead, resolving himself as the chief of the island and the one to take responsibility for his people. Standing before them, he speaks that although their anger was understandable, he didn't want them to humiliate the dead. Bowing before them, he sincerely requests them to heed his selfish request and contain their anger. The goblin lot are alarmed watching their master bow before them, and immediately plead he doesn't. Heel requests Varys to handle the burial of the orc corpse, but as he stared into the distance, he realizes that it wasn't just one corpse they were dealing with. The embankment before them was completely flooded with flocks of corpses. One by one, they pulled in 24 corpses in total. And they weren't just orcs in the digits. There were dog-like bipedal creatures known as kobolds, who allied with the orcs and were the goblins' bitter enemies as well. With so many of them dead and injured, Heel debates if some infighting had caused it, while Varys wonders how they came to this remote area of all places. Elvan calls for Heel, and the two distance themselves from the crowd, and explains that while all of them have wounds caused from battle, a few of them possess really strange and horrible wounds. He further elaborates that the terrible scars were caused by neither axes nor sword, but fangs that were big unlike any that Elvan had ever seen. At an even scarier degree of one of the corpses, half of it seemed to have been blown away by some extreme heat that was impossible to conjure even with fire magic. Conclusively, instead of an infighting, they were attacked by something else that was way stronger. Elvan didn't want to draw a conclusion just yet, but did understand their needs to tighten their guard and stay on the lookout for armed ships. Heel assigned Varys to deal with the burials, while Elvan was to gauge and fortify their defenses. Alongside Rhianna, he moved to scavenge whatever possible from the debris. And even if it made him feel bad to tattle with the belongings of the dead, it wasn't like they had a choice either. Everything was either in terrible condition or in considerable need of repair. Lost in the process, Heel heard a strange whimper, but after looking around and confirming it with Rhianna, there was nothing that could have made such a sound. However, it happened again, and this time, it came from a trembling crate amidst the rubble. Despite Rhianna's efforts, she could not force it open, leaving it for Heel's discerning eye that found a magic lock sealing it. He cast the spell of pick to, pick it, and slowly but surely, the lock came undone. As he tried getting a closer look at it, something agile sprang from within and straight at his face. Catching it in the nick of time, Heel finds himself a white, fluffy puppy struggling in his hands. Its struggle bore fruit as it managed to escape his hands and climb onto his head and fugitively run over him, while Heel frantically tried catching it again. Eventually, it stops after clinging onto the back of his head and, of all things, starts to shiver. Heel gave out a shriek as something wet came down his back, only to discover that the tiny twat had loitered his shirt. Rihanna chuckled while she gently held the puppy, and as Heel would recognize later on, the little child was a kobold. She caresses it with her hands, because even if the kobolds were their enemies, no child was guilty of anything, and she hoped that the others would understand the same. The next day when Heel returned to mine, an explosive lot of rubble shot up, because with each passing day, the quality of Mappa's equipments only compounded. Neither did Heel possess any knowledge about battles, nor was he aware of what mysterious enemy they were up against this time. Hence, the best thing he could do was return to mining. Either way, the raw materials required to defend the island were being collected, but the amount of magic stones Heel would find started to decrease. As of now, he has enough for himself, but if he is to increase Rihanna's magic power, or help the evolved Fule and Varus someday, he'll be definitely needing more of them. But when he was screening through his inventory, he spots an odd nameless find. Shaped like a walnut, it wasn't even identified by Mr. Advisor to Heel's utter confusion. But when he retrieves it outside, he is baffled to discover that it is actually a seed, and no stone of sorts. He turns around to find Fule rushing at him, requesting him to follow her for a specific problem brewing on the surface above. The proud General Elvan was making a face that would definitely get him unlisted from the army, to try and calm the little puppy down, but the little child simply wouldn't stop crying. Witnessing his failure, the Spider Mama Terran decided to take things in her hands, but the terrifying sight of her maw absolutely traumatized the tiny tot. Despite their combined efforts and Mappa dancing around with a pair of maraca, they couldn't soothe it. Fule immediately crashes into Elvin's back with a kick, realizing that his faces were making it worse. The great warrior recalled how he had tried the same when Fule was a child, and had simply scared her even more. Heel walks up to them, requesting Elvin go easy on their little friend. And at his sight, the puppy was immediately calm. It sprang off of Shell and tore towards Heel, before climbing onto his face and licking it with pure affection as its tail wagged in symphony. Fule could tell that it had been looking forward to meeting him since waking up from his nap, and getting quite the greeting from Elvan and the lot. Rihanna further emphasizes that by peeing on him, the tiny tot probably considered him as his father, while Varus affirms that it's Kobold's nature to imprint on others. However, curious about the box that Varus was tattling with, Heel asked if there was something more inside, and to their discovery, there indeed was. Varus replies that upon a close inspection, he discovered a false bottom at its shallow interior, which was impenetrable even with an orichalcum knife. Heel gently hands the child to Rihanna and proceeds with yet another attempt at picking it magically. The false bottom complies and collapses, and as they eagerly peek in, they discover a strange white diamond-shaped stone, accompanied by 3 different books. Each of them were about the Tiberius tribe, and dealt with a different subtopic each. One about their history, another about their techniques, and lastly, their scriptures. This made Heel consider if the tiny tot belonged to the Tiberius tribe as well. Mr. Advisor identifies the stone as a thought stone, literally capable of storing thoughts. Elvin and Rihanna were confused yet curious, but the look on Varus's face was that of seriousness, and he did not utter a single word. Before Heel could ask him about it, the thought stone in his hand starts glowing brightly, and the brightness only increased. The luminous thoughts took form as he places it on a table, and as if a projector, it displayed the hologram of a female kobold. With a staff in her hands and an authoritative air around her, Heel could tell that she was certainly someone of noble lineage. Rihanna could only exclaim at her beauty when, of all things, the hologram starts speaking. The female kobold foremost thanks them for having undone the seal on the chest, because she was Alamina, the queen of the Tiberius tribe of kobolds, and the puppy they found within the box was her newborn baby. Elvin recognized the word Tiberius and was overcome by a sudden distaste, but it was yet to worsen for all of them, because as Alamina would reveal eventually, their ship was being chased by a creature of the myths, the legendary Leviathan. The queen explained that after separating with the orcs at a chaotic note, they had escaped to the sea, only to end up being chased by the Leviathan, against whom neither their weapons nor magic would work. Well aware that her request might be unreasonable, she requests her unknown audience to adopt her innocent child as their own. Albeit not enough, she offered the two strongest warriors of their tribe, who had been tasked with protecting the chest, alongside 3 books that were forbidden to outsiders. All of a sudden, panicked voices echoed through the hologram, requesting their queen to escape, and the image of Alamina starts to flicker as if the end was near. She gently pleads they let her child hear her last words, if possible, and with a warm look on her face spoke to the little one that she would always love him. With that, the thought disconnected, leaving the onlookers with nothing but pity and fear. But not the great warrior. Elvan clicks his tongue hearing all of this, and scoffs at the shameless Tiberius who would leave their kid to someone unknown, and even assigned escorts who were nowhere to be seen. Rihanna immediately retorts, pleading he be mindful of his words. But announcing his decision to inform the others on guard, Elvin walks away without a word. Heel could guess that the Beldon were already aware of the Tiberius tribe, and didn't share a good relation either. With a disheartened look, fully discloses that they had been engaged in constant territorial wars with them. And in one of those, her elder brother and Elvin's first child had sadly passed away. Heel understood the general's distrust and hatred, but couldn't help but appreciate how, despite that, he bore no ill will toward the child. Fully emphasizes that regardless of how ruthless of a warrior her father might be, he would never hate a child. While Varys explains that Elvin had instead blamed himself for failing to protect his son, he reveals that even he had lost his younger brother to the Tiberies, but held no grudges against their little friend. Heel announces his decision to take him in, and obviously no one could speak against the child's cuteness. He was a little concerned because despite referring to him as her baby, the little one had no name. Rihanna suggests that Alamina might have intentionally avoided speaking about it so that the new parents might treat him as their own. Hearing which, Heel requests if she had any ideas that they could rely on. Giving it a good thought, she suggests the name Riel, which was immediately accepted without arguments, and the tiny tot was blessed with the same. With the naming completed, Riel was recognized as Tamed Monster by Mr. Advisor, and although that wasn't what Heel was going for, it was okay because Riel was going to live with them. Fully notices how Rihanna had used her big brain and combined the Ri from her own name with the L of Heel. And having been found out, the flustered culprit stutters while the others laugh it off. Varys soon returns from the joyful bubble to remind Heel of the terrifying issue at hand. Considering Elvan's words about the huge scars caused by fangs, there wasn't even a sliver of doubt now that the Leviathan would be soon coming for them. The next morning, Heel accompanied Mappa and the other blacksmiths to a secluded corner of the island. After receiving Mappa's consent, he casts consecutive fiery blasts onto something. They stood at a safe distance as the oppressive flames acted and slowly faded away, leaving behind an unscratched shield held by one of the defensive golems. Made out of orichalcum, the shield's defensive capabilities were further amplified with a defensive spell. As for Elvan and Varys, the two were pretty confident in the artillery-like large-scale equipment Mappa had designed to fend against bigger threats. Considering how mythical of a threat it was, they were a bit doubtful if it was actually coming for them. But if there was something capable of defeating Alamina, who was infamous as the witch because of her profound magic, and the strong warriors under her, the anonymous monster was nothing short of a Leviathan either. However, an even bigger problem rose when a contrastingly smaller Riel climbed onto a construction post and started yapping. When Elvan and the lot heard its cries, they could feel a strange sense of fear in it. And soon enough, the little one started to whimper, conveying its inability to climb back down. As the prideful warrior, Elvin took it on himself to help Riel down and started climbing the wooden post, but using his head as a handy foothold. The little one came down, as did Elvin alongside the entire construction frame. Concerned, Rihanna rushes to request the guilty yet innocent one to not cause such a mess, while Elvin requests about how Riel had even ended up there, considering Rihanna had taken him to the fields. She explains that the mischievous imp would dig up the seeds, snack on others' lunch, or leisurely stroll off to chase a few butterflies. Varys states that it wouldn't be surprising to find Riel soon walking on two legs, because kobold children simply matured that quickly. Before Heel could speak, the word field clicked in his mind, and he instinctively summoned the strange seed from his inventory. Varys was a little confused, yet curious about its big size, and although that's exactly what she said, Rihanna blurted the name Yggdrasil. Heel and Varys were stupefied hearing her quick response, but despite having spoken up, Rihanna didn't have a clue about what she just spouted. They consider it to be a merit of her farmer's crest that granted knowledge about flora, and if the term Yggdrasil was in concern, Varys did have a pretty good clue about it. Following another tale of their myths, it was renowned as a giant tree said to bless all living beings. But considering they also found a legendary item like the Change Stone as well, Varys didn't want to discard the possibility of it being just an old story. Well, considering all odds and ends, the dormant rear end of the island was soon disturbed when Heel emerged from within. This time, he has dug his way through the length of the entire Sheol Reef, which was an opportunity as well as a necessity. While they were trying to turn the first reclaimed land into a plantation area, after the recent events, it has turned into a defensive base of sorts. Heel had enough materials to reclaim this new shore as well, but because his retrieval function only worked inside the cave, he had Terran and the fluffy kids help carry the resulting dirt back inside. Having done it once, he had the little know-how this time, and had soon transformed the rugged rocks to a beautiful port. While Heel handled the plantation of Yggdrasil, Rihanna sprinkled a few flower seeds from her hometown to help enhance the beauty. As he thanked her for the considerate gesture, Mappa silently closes in on him, curiously crouched over the spot where the mythical seed had been planted. Rihanna is surprised as they turn to discover that the seed had already sprouted in this short while. At Heel's query, Rihanna denies having used the Sunstone that could have possibly boosted its growth, and Mappa frantically shook his head to state that he hasn't done anything either. Pretty clueless, Heel requests Rihanna uses the Sunstone this time, but as soon as Apollo cast his charm, the little sprout grew into a mediocre-sized plant. They could sense a strange energy as it flourished as a tree. But to Heel's utter confusion, it didn't stop there. The tiny branches rapidly grew into humongous boughs, and were soon big enough to overcast them. Its sudden growth turns disastrous as it continues maturing, and realizing how the behemoth started gaining ground on them, the quartet started running away. While Heel tightly clutched Riel, Mappa trips over one of the expanding roots, is taken over by them, and eventually disappears amongst the overgrowth of the undergrowth. As they screamed for the buried owner of the remaining hand, the explosive rubble threw them away, but it was just in the nick of time. Even on the opposite side of the island, the others were overshadowed by the giant tree that scaled even higher than the reef itself. The little seedling that Heel had held just a while ago was nowhere to be seen in the dense foliage. Having finally come to a stop, Yggdrasil stood towering over them, exercising its full glory, and living up to its name as the Tree of Legends. Concerned for their legendary blacksmith, Heel rushes toward the tree, when Rihanna spots Mappa's hand poking out in the distance. Little by little, they carefully climb their way up the tree, as if it were a mountain. As they near him, they discover that Mappa had managed to keep his head out to breathe. However, before Heel could try to get the tangled princess out, it turns out that the hand wasn't seeking help, but requesting him to just let him be. Plenty comfortable within the Tree of Blessings, Mappa nods his affirmation to stay there for a while more. Rihanna could discern the comforting smell of a lush forest, but seeping through the entire tree like veins, Heel and Rihanna could sense another great power inside. They could feel that the divine power was slowly expanding throughout the island, and without a doubt, This was the Yggdrasil, full of mysteries, that they will leave for Varese to solve. Little Riel ventures ahead in joy, and as Heel tries calling out for him to stop, Rihanna requests they discover the paradise a little more. Amidst the gentle breeze and lush green leaves, she felt as if she had returned to her hometown and wanted to cherish it for a while more. With a cheerful little woof of persuasion from Riel, Heel couldn't help but agree. They watch the tiny tots scamper away, while Rihanna follows with huge leaps thanks to her martial prowess, often helping Heel a little here and there. As they make it to the topmost section of branches, the picturesque view of the island below is breathtakingly beautiful. Dazzled by the view, they share the blissful moment, but looking into the distant sea ahead, Heel squints his eyes, unable to spot any ships that might come bearing trouble from his kingdom. Rihanna notices this uncomfortable wave of silence come over him, and although a little hesitant, gently asks about how Mr. Heel came to be on this island, all alone. When he doesn't respond for a while, Rihanna apologizes for having asked something she wasn't supposed to. But seating himself on a stump, Heel sighs at how he hasn't spoken about his past yet. As Rihanna and little Riel take an attentive seat across him, Heel finally discloses that he had been expelled from his kingdom because he was too powerless. Considering his miraculous feats she has witnessed till now, Rihanna was baffled hearing this. But little did she know that his painful past in the royal capital did not align. It was in a forlorn section of the capital that Heel would often sneak to, which was an area that had been previously used as the servants' quarters. Heel would regularly make his way to this abandoned section and read for what little time he could spare. But the loneliness there was far more comfortable than the scornful eyes that abhorred his incompetence back inside the palace. On one such day, he heard a little rattle from within a seemingly discarded barrel. But when he peeked past it, he found a ferocious little imp with horns and tiny wings screeching at him. He was alarmed discovering a monster hiding in the capital, and as he tried moving away, the monster pounced at him. Powerless as he was, he tried shielding with his hands, but the anticipated attack never reached him. Chained to a stout post, the little monster was covered in wounds and was bleeding profusely. Setting his book aside, Heel gathered the courage to reach out to the pitiful thing and debated if he could conjure any healing magic. But unfortunately, his powerless self didn't even know how. A few days passed since he made this discovery, but every time he returned to the secluded area, he would always be eager to meet his only friend, Lopez. For him, Heel would sneak in food from the castle, and although he was no good, he tried picking the chains around Lopez's neck over and over again, but to no avail. With a friend by his side, he was eager to learn more about picking magic and try to somehow break him free. Whatever little time he spent with Lopez felt much more humane and gratifying. His consecutive failures were depressing, but the zeal to try and help Lopez fly away one day gave him the will to never quit. Although the little one was dirty and still injured, he'd caress his head, believing in his promise to set him free. All of a sudden, he heard a distant laughter in the abandoned area where no one was supposed to come to, and slowly voices could be heard, announcing that they were more than one approaching. Heel immediately moved away past a cornerstone to wait for the passerby to walk away. But the steps that approached was for Lopez, who hurriedly tried hiding behind the post. Although it was from the corner of his eyes, Heel recognized the leading figure, with golden hair, snow-white skin, and almost a feminine look. Exclaiming at the fact that the powerless Lopez was still alive, stood Orin, the 18th prince of Sanfeliz, and Heel's younger brother. A miniature tornado was whipped at Lopez, who noticed it and tried to escape, but because of the chains, he could not. The culprit, Orin, summons yet another windblade, exclaiming at how important it was to practice precision. Accompanied by several other smug children of nobility, Orin was leading a practice lesson of magic against the defenseless Lopes. As myriad spells were shot, Lopes frantically tried to hide or at least find himself a haven, but the merciless assailants kept attacking. Accompanied by the elites of the Magic Academy, Orin was ruthlessly torturing the little child, damaging it just enough to not kill it. Past the corner, Heel was trembling in fear because as powerless as he was, he could do nothing against them. However, just imagining the pain his poor friend might be going through on the other side, he decided to intervene. He rushes towards Lopes, desperately calling his name as he apologized. Despite trying his best at looking after the tiny tot for the past few days, his weak powers were nowhere enough to heal even his menial injuries. To make matters worse, if this cycle continued, and if he could neither heal him nor remove the chains, Lopes would be certainly killed. Oren and the lot were taken aback by his sudden appearance, but soon exclaimed at heel, while the injured little Lopes timidly moved behind him. Stuttering with uncertainty and fear, Heel requests to ask a favor from Oren, and clenching his fist with the useless crest, he begged him to please let the monster go. Oren eyed him with a cold look, before raising his hands toward his magical friend, who handed him a pair of white gloves. Heel could hear the tap of footsteps as Oren walked up to him, but dared not look up, for he was that terrified. Oren lashes out a sharp slap with his gloved hand, and scornfully remarked at Heel's disgraceful behavior to peek, and despite being a royalty, ask him to free a monster of all things. Raising his hand again, he conjured a potent flame spell, demanding he either move or be burned to ashes with his equally powerless friend. Even if he was powerless, Heel could tell how dangerous the brewing spell was, and helplessly put his head to the ground and desperately begged Oren, who withdrew his flaring spell. With a dejected expression, Oren agreed to give up, much to his surprise, even emphasizing that he had grown tired of the practices either way. Heel hurriedly turned to face Lopes with great joy, but succumbed to a shock as Oren's voice demanded him to undo the seal chaining his friend. As he looked up in confusion, Oren spoke that with his agreement, Heel could really do what he wanted to, and even set Lopes free if he wished. However, his eyes turn cold as he continues that, unlike him, he couldn't have a monster running wild in the capital, and as such, he'd grant Heel 10 seconds. Before Heel could retort or request him, Oren started his countdown, and by the time realization hit, only 8 seconds remained on the clock. Heel frantically tried his luck at picking it, while the onlookers enjoyed the struggle and hopelessness. But as Lopes glanced at his desperate face, he gave him a final smile, because he could tell that his painful life had come to an end. Oren's mouth widened into a grin as the count reaches 0, and in the very next instance, Heel was looking at the burned corpse of his dear friend with a horrified look. The smoke parted, and he hoped Lopes might have somehow survived by some bleak chance, but his friend would not smile back at him again. The bastard walks away, scornfully sighing at how awful Heel was, unable to protect his only friend for crying out loud. Heel could now tell that Oren already knew how the entire thing would pan out, and lost in the torrent of rage and sadness, he tried punching him, only to be blocked by an instantaneous shield that materialized out of nowhere. The pain of losing Lopes simply wouldn't let his mind at ease. But yet again, in that same harsh tone, Oren demanded if Heel really thought he could touch him. And when he turned around, his bloody eyes revoked the terror in Heel's heart. After being brutally beaten by them, he ended up in a medical ward, but just somehow managed to walk back to that gruesome place. He collected whatever little ashes of his friend that were left, which was now in the vial that had been dangling down his neck all along. Clenching it, the pained him mocks himself for having been so presumptuous, to even promise to free his little friend when he couldn't even help as he died before his eyes. But, unlike what he thought of himself, Rihanna was glad that he had never actually been powerless. Be it those of the Belden tribes, Riel, or even Lopes, the teary Rihanna knew that Heel has always made his best efforts at helping others. His painful backstory had really broken her, and as Heel hands her a handkerchief, he thought to himself, why did I tell her this pathetic? He pondered if it was simply because he wanted someone to listen to him, but with her assuring smile and Riel's energetic bark, he knew that he was wrong. He had simply desired to tell Rihanna about it. Together they proceed deeper into the girth of Yggdrasil, where yet another surprise awaited them. A verdant meadow spread before them, dotted with countless white flowers and a lush green bed underneath. Rihanna takes pride in how her hometown's flowers added to the beautiful landscape, while Riel galloped through the floating petals, yapping his enjoyment and wagging his fluffy tail. Considerate of how precious Lopes might be to Heel, Rihanna gently speaks that although he might not be able to erase the regret, she pleads that if he ever felt troubled by something, he must remember that he has all of them by his side. Mr. Heel was not alone anymore. He had an entire family to rely on, including the ever-cheerful Mappa, currently busy sprinting through the meadow. Rihanna gently smiled back, and having finally eased the pain in his heart a little, Heel thanked her from the bottom of his heart. After Varys's careful investigation, they discovered that Yggdrasil's sap was an exquisite sweetener, while its leaves could be harvested for making salve, or some good old-fashioned tea. However, a degree of caution was to be exercised, because consuming copious amounts of it could potentially knock someone out. Being surprisingly light and sturdy, the branches were the perfect fit for all the orichalcum tools they'd process. And obviously Mappa had soon whipped up several pickaxe handles. But that wasn't all. When Heel announced a break the next time, Fulla timidly protested that she wasn't even tired, because as it would turn out, the tree also possessed fatigue-reducing effects. The legendary tree Yggdrasil was indeed a blessing for all the residents of the Sheol Reef. As each day unfolded, the quality of their lives gradually improved. With the sleepy little Riel comfortably nestled on Shell, Heel found solace in the embrace of his dreams. However, his rest was abruptly interrupted by a shrill wail, prompting him to awaken and discover that Riel was crying in his sleep. He gently rubbed his back to try and soothe him, when the concerned others who had heard Riel whining popped up through the door to his room. Rihanna comforts the child, pampering him with her hands, when Heel jolts, noticing that Riel's left eye was glowing. As he tried getting a better look into the cause, he was astounded to find the rough shape of a crest, and Riel's eye started to glow in a blinding pallor. The sudden burst of light immediately flooded the room, and all of them flinched as their eyes were connected. They could soon see the sea raging ferociously while the broken hull of a ship groaned, and lifeless bodies of kobolds lay everywhere. A familiar crescent-shaped staff rose, and Alamina, the queen of the Tiberus kobolds, cast a massive shield spell before her. However, a scorching bolt of energy tore through the barrier, obliterating her hand alongside the staff she held in an instant. With a desperate glance at her precious baby, she hastily cast a lock spell, while the menacing figure of a serpent loomed in the fog ahead. Having exhausted her magic with the final spell, she pounced at the colossal arrays of teeth with just her claws in a futile attempt to save her child. All of them fell to the ground, shaken up by the terrifying sight they bore witness to. And without a doubt, they had shared a vision with Riel. Just watching the serpent induced trauma in their hearts, and as little Riel whimpers having witnessed it firsthand, Heel steeled himself once again, knowing that the mythical Leviathan was really coming for them now. Upon seeing Riel's crest, Varys recognized it as the emblem of clairvoyance. Although he didn't know much about the specifics of this ability, it was renowned as the all-seeing Eye of God. And if it indeed held such power, then what they had just witnessed was Riel's clairvoyant vision, from when he had parted ways with his mother. The clairvoyant vision had been shared to all other islanders as well, and evidently terrified by the Leviathan, they flocked outside their rooms. They were in disbelief that such a monster existed, and desperately pleaded with their master Heel for a solution. But the predicament was too overwhelming for him to think about any. With such a huge family to protect, he couldn't give them any false hopes, especially when they were growing frantic with each passing moment. A ferocious roar silenced them, as Elvan assumed command. Angered by the commotion caused by his tribe, he demanded to know why they were hopeless now after having overcome the impossible. And if they came together under their boss, nothing would be impossible to deal with. Having established Heel's authority and erasing the confusion, he smiles alongside Rihanna, Varys, and even little Riel. Taking a deep breath, Heel announces that even if they cannot beat the Leviathan, they are bound to clash against the legend and hence need to prepare. He pleads they lend him their strength, because they might surely have a chance. The dawning dark clouds brought rain the next morning, increasing the dampness of their situation. Despite having motivated his men, Heel foremost discards his chances at using attack magic, when even the great witch Alamina had failed. When he inquires if their orichalcum weapons might be any good, Mappa grows stressed, denoting that it was impossible as well. Varys was a little hesitant to speak initially, but broke his silence to present one slim chance at their disposal. Considering the Leviathan's colossal size, it would be impossible for it to reach the pit of their current cave. With a defensive approach brewing, the chamber where the ancient golems were found would be used as a haven for the refugees, while a second freezer is to be constructed near it for the supplies. There was the obvious threat of the serpent battering the entire island itself, instead of forcing its way in the cave as Elven suspected. But for that, Heel had a plan in mind. Accompanied by the Terran family, Fula and Shell, he made his way to the deepest section of their mine's caverns, because he would gamble his chances at what he was best at, mining. With the island having developed significantly ever since they had first arrived here, he wanted to try and dig for new materials. One after another, they had discovered many mysterious items on the Sheol Reef, and betting on that, Heel is hopeful that they might uncover something that might become their ace against the Leviathan. Heel couldn't guarantee it either, but placing their trust in his decision, Rihanna suggests he take little Riel with him. The little one lights up hearing his name, and Rihanna reasons that although his clairvoyance wasn't controllable yet, it might come in clutch. Riel eagerly climbs into Heel's backpack, but as fully greeted the tiny tot, there was no response from within. Concerned, they flap it open, only to discover the tiny tot fast asleep, without even a sliver of the motivation he had just a while ago. Heel chuckled while the others were raring to mine, and this, the entire island united for their anti-Leviathan plan. Thanks to the dense foliage of the Yggdrasil, there was more than enough lumber to fortify their defenses, and built newer walls atop the existing ones. Riel suddenly awoke from his slumber and frantically pawed to get out of Heel's bag. Sensing his desperation, Heel is curious if some rare discovery would be unearthed, but the tiny tot just wanted to pee. Riel was surprisingly quite moody when it came to work, but his clairvoyance could easily see past the bedrock. He would often lead them to a vein of regular ores, but nothing new was found in the entire first week. But fast forward to a few weeks' time, Riel was fugitively clawing at the dirt with his little paws. And although the miners took notice, there was one major problem this time. Their optimization did not shine on that spot, which could potentially cause their section to collapse, if not the entire cave. Little Riel was undeterred, and placing his trust in his family for once, Heel decided to give it a shot. One careful shot was exactly what it took for the ground to give in and carry Heel alongside it while Fulla screamed in panic. Fortunately, he landed on a smooth outcrop, not too deep to cause a painful impact, and discovered yet another cave right beneath. But as his eyes venture into the darkness ahead, he was left aghast. A humongous chainmail lay still right before his eyes, with a long sword far exceeding its own height. There lay a hole in its chest where a heartstone would be normally placed at, indicating that it was a golem. Fully was alarmed at its sight considering her previous encounter, while Heel keenly notices that although the armor was definitely made out of orichalcum, but the great sword had a silver hue to itself, announcing its greater rarity. With plans of testing out, Heel strikes it with his pickaxe, and the vibration of the durable thing reverberated throughout the cave, the staircase, past the surface above, and straight to Mappa's ears. Before Heel could even exclaim at how impossibly strong the metal was, a furiously panting Mappa stood behind him. In that short instance, while they are astounded at his sudden appearance, Mappa trembled at the sight of the sword, when his eyes flare wide open, and he hurriedly falls on his knees. He even collapses on all of his fours, as if submitting to his good lord. While they stood watching in utter confusion, Mappa bowed again and again, as if worshipping the great sword, before scampering out of the rubble in the blink of an eye, with it hauled over his head. They could tell that Mappa was as if desperate to process the sword, and follow him to the workshop shortly after. The forge was blazing with coals being refilled for the embers, and several mechanisms at work. while Mappa was dancing frantically to signal to the blacksmiths, who deduced that he was complaining about the lack of enough heating power to melt the sword. Rihanna nonchalantly walks up to them, curious about the sudden chaos, and at her sight, Heel found an answer to Mappa's predicament. Terran's webs created 2 hammocks across the ceiling, and in the center of the room lay the crucible of concern. Alongside Rihanna, Heel's plan was to increase the heating power of the furnace with their magic, and as the appropriate temperature was reached, the others slowly lower the sword in the vortex of flames. Mappa carefully watched as the melted metal flowed out of the furnace through a duct and started working with a portion of it, while the remainder was turned into ingots. When Heel collected a small portion, Mr. Advisor announced it to be mithril, the hardest metal in existence that was capable of killing gods, who were probably paying the price for losing it in the first place. Heel is taken aback by this discovery, because they might finally have a chance this time, and the entire credit belonged to little Riel. Hopefully, Mappa could now create their strongest card, and with a few more weeks of effort, the defensive wall was also completed, giving their island a more fort-like appearance. Nothing they did could be qualified as enough for a war against a legendary beast, but the Sheol Reef was preparing for its first great battle. One night when Heel was returning to his quarters, he could hear some noise coming from his room, and as he comes closer, he discovers Elven speaking to Riel. Before he could proceed to ask them about it, Rihanna silently walks up behind him, requesting he doesn't with a smile. Little Riel looks up as the general calls for him and sincerely apologizes for having spoken ill about his mother previously. As a prideful warrior, he couldn't help but acknowledge that his mother was a great warrior, and gently rubbing his head, promises to prove it to him by avenging his mother in due time. Heel and Rihanna felt relieved as this great problem was resolved, and acknowledging Elven's promises, little Riel warmly pawed at his eye of all things. Elven frantically held his eye while screaming in pain, and although things ended up a little awkwardly, a great weight had been lifted off their hearts. As the next day dawned, a watchguard furiously sounded the alarm, and recognizing it, Heel rushes from inside his room. As he made it to the defensive shore, Elven was already standing in wait, but he didn't respond to the alarming cause, which were a couple of ships coming their way. Varys hands Heel a telescope devised by Mappa, and as soon as he uses it, a familiar yet ominous emblem was in his sight. The ships belonged to the survivors of the Orc tribe that had massacred the Beldon tribe, and hence, Elven wasn't going to let them even set foot on their island. As they kept watching, the bobbing ships hurled multiple volleys of shots at something submerged underwater out of their sight, while they debated if they were attacking something. Heel is startled as Riel starts barking wildly, and as his clairvoyance crest activated, a massive pressure came over the residents of the island. Heel was alarmed, sensing like a terrifying lot of magic energy erupting as the waves welled, and all of them were in disbelief as the waves erupted. One of the Orc ships was ripped apart as a giant serpent with sinister dark scales emerged from below with a fear-inducing roar. And almost reaching the heavens above, the godlike Leviathan drove the seas mad. Cannons blazed as the Orcs found the window to attack, but the shells just bounced off the serpent without dealing any damages, and the Leviathan rose to its full glory, daring them to try him now. Watching this brewing storm from afar, the panicking islanders could confirm that the Orcs were being chased by the Leviathan all along. But when Elven struck the alarm bell by throwing his axe with a disastrous force, they snapped back as he demands them to get moving and prepare to attack. Understanding his well-reasoned prejudice against the Orcs, Heel tried speaking to him, but in a stern voice, Elven replied that he wasn't attacking to save the Orcs, but was simply using them as a bait for the serpent. Willing to comply, Heel requests Fuli to immediately inform the refugees to evacuate to the planned chamber. But, before running off with little Riel, she timidly pleads them all to make it through. Varys, Elven, Heel, Mappa, and Rihanna, each with a confident smile, promises to. And at the shaman's command, the goblins rushed to prepare the heavyweight ballista they had created. As a goblin churned a pulley underground, the tiles of the defensive fortress above slid apart, and chains started to move alongside multiple cogwheels. Under Mappa's supervision, a humongous expo arose from within. Graced with the mithril arrow Mappa had forged with his awl, it was their greatest card against the Leviathan. With careful calculations and precise work, the goblins aimed it at the target and waited for the exact moment when it would rush at the orc ship. As it did, Elvan screamed his command to fire, and pulling at a massive lever, the bolt was unleashed at a threatening pace. As it approached, the Leviathan took notice from its peripheral vision, and to their utter dismay, looped out of its trajectory, hence evading their only weapon against it. Heel was horrified at how nimble the giant was, but unfazed, Elvan screamed that they could still make it. Considering how it dodged the bolt, it had confirmed that a proper hit will indeed take it down. But as they prepared the next one, the beast switched directions and started swimming towards them. Alongside the golems, Heel decided to hold it down while the ballista was readied, and pleads Rihanna to prepare a certain magic they had devised. While golems 10 and 11 cast an ice spell, 12 and 13 synchronized their wind magic, that was finally amplified by Heel, to launch a formidable mega blizzard. The Leviathan rammed into it head-on, but it didn't deter. It kept forging onwards, even if they started pouring more mana into the spell. But that wasn't their plan, to be precise. The beast shudders to a stop, only to discover that the increase in the ice attribute had frozen the seawater in the blink of an eye, thanks to the wind magic that acted as a catalyst. Heel's plan to find an upper hand was by completely negating the Leviathan's movement. However, the legendary beast abruptly stopped resisting and started convulsing while Heel noticed a sudden spike in its magic power. The area underneath its scale started to glow, and so did the serpent's closed maw. As the jaws parted, an ominous lot of mana could be seen welling within. And sensing the threat it posed, Heel frantically pleads the defensive twins to uphold their shields at an angle that would divert the obvious. Even Goku bid farewell as a blasphemous beam of heat and light evaporated the waves on its way to the shield reef, and as it struck, a blinding light overtook the impact. A proportionate dome-like shield was formulated to fend and simultaneously divert the beam. But the attack was so powerful that it constantly strained the ones at its source. Just the force following it was potent enough to disrupt the others from moving, and Rihanna screamed in panic as the orichalcum shields held by the golems started to disintegrate, because Heel was right behind them. As the terrifying serpent's breath died down, the island was overwhelmed by a standstill silence, but humongous explosions violently shook the surface as the diverted blows landed elsewhere far behind them. The golems had taken considerable damages from the exchange, while the orichalcum shields were but barely recognizable. Having exhausted the ones hindering its movements, the Leviathan resumed swimming onwards without any resistance. Rihanna urgently announces to Elvan that the ballista was fortunately ready, but noticing how the serpent was closing in, Heel debated if it could attack them at this close range, even without its ferocious breath that required it to be distant. "Fire!" commanded Elvan, and the bolt took off, but even the Leviathan was baffled, because there was nothing approaching it. The islanders were strangely adamant and curious about the outcome, and soon enough, something mysterious successfully impaled the Titan's thorax. Rihanna had cast a hiding spell to ensure that the stealthy arrow made a definite hit this time, and as the goblins cheered the accomplishment, the Leviathan lets out a groan of agony. It collapses as a rope was seen surfacing from underneath of the waves and tugging at it, because the implanted bolt also carried a rope extending from the island. Having been coiled using Terran's steel-like webs, it would ensure their grasp as they worked a huge gear to tighten it. And to observe even greater caution, Heel commands golems 1 to 5, whose hands detach and extend with chains underneath. One by one, they latch onto various positions around the Leviathan, and in the blink of a golem eye, 10 orichalcum chains had bound the beast and rendered it immobile. The chains bear great tension as the entrapped beast retaliated, but as the golems respond, the sheer force was too overwhelming for the source gears to bear. Heel pleads Elvan to hurry before it breaks free, and having prepared the next bolt of mithril, the general aimed for the head. But before he could fire it, several projectiles retaliated from within the scales of the kraken, and as Heel watches in disbelief, they pelted the golems restraining it. those projectiles turned out to be ominous little pests, like cockroaches. Varys and Rhianna recognized the sea stalkers at first sight and revealed that the parasitic monsters must have been hiding underneath the Leviathan's scales. With strong mandibles and claws, the tiny pests started wrecking the golem's limbs, and alarmed at the scene, goblin archers sprang to snipe them out. To make matters worse, many of them were climbing the walls to attack the occupied archers, and gnawing at the chains using its teeth and monstrous strength. The Leviathan hurled the golems against the fort walls. Heel could only watch in terror as the beast broke free and the spikes on its back started to glow. Unlike the smoldering heat it emanated when it had shown previously, the brightness only grew at a threatening pace. Alarmed, Heel pleads the others to get behind the shield he'd summon, and the horns fired countless bolts of energy that streaked through the dark clouds. The descending beams indifferently battered the fending shield, while Heel and Rhianna kept flooding it with copious amounts of mana. The wide area damage-dealing attack wrecked most of the fort, while they focused on protecting the people. And as the attack concluded, they debated if it was all over amidst the subsiding dirt. However, it was too soon to speak, because a huge serpentine tail came crashing at them. And before Heel even had the chance to summon another shield, the blasphemous downward draft annihilated the entire fort. The impact sent tremors throughout the island and chills down the spine of the refugees. But petrified by the chaos, the little children started to cry. A little girl nervously asked her mother if they would lose their home again, but she had faith in their heroes fighting outside for their sake. The disastrous blow had thrown their master Heel away. But before he could crash against the hard rocks, Shell arrived in the nick of time to negate the impact. Heel thanked his friend as his breathing became heavier, and noticing a destroyed golem core before him, understood that 6 and 7 who jumped in to protect him had been destroyed after taking the direct hit. When he tried confirming the other's wellness, only terror awaited him, because the entire ballista had been broken apart and buried into the rubble, with no signs of the proud general, the magicless shaman, legendary blacksmith, friendly spider mama, or the beautiful Rhianna. Heel and Shell witnessed the advent of the sea stalkers raring to attack them, while the Leviathan loomed behind them, as if carefully monitoring his pawns. Even if the huge Leviathan could not make it into the cave, the sea stalkers could, if he isn't able to fend them off. He electrocuted them, using his potent lightning magic. But after struggling for a while, they immediately sprang back up. The continuous shield spells had exhausted his magic reserves, and even if he tried flaring another one, the small thing was weak enough for him to be thrown away. Realizing this, the sea stalkers pounced at him, and Heel desperately pleads Shell to escape while he'd buy him time. In a flash, someone crashed before them and furiously swung a shovel to exterminate the approaching sea stalkers. Amidst the chaotic bloodshed, Heel recognized the familiar hand wielding the shovel, because it was the martial master Rhianna that had come to his rescue, really pissed at their insolence to try and lay their hands on Mr. Heel. Heel was overjoyed to find her alive, but before they could continue their joyous reunion, yet another volley of arrows traced the sky, this time from their rear end. They pierced the sea stalkers that were trying to sneakily climb the wall, and looking far into the distance, Heel spotted a group of people emerging from within the rubble. All of his fellow warriors had taken refuge under the golems, who had survived the explosive skirmish. And albeit laden with injuries, their will to fight back was unwavering. Following their princess's lead, they maul the sea stalkers, making their way to the cave, while the goblin spearmen damaged the parasites, and the surviving golems finished them off with their powerful magic. Although it was a momentary relief, the joy of reuniting was profound, but the sky started to glow again as they turned around, for the Leviathan blew yet another torrent of heat. The golems that succeeded at intercepting it were instantly disintegrated upon impact. One after another, their defenses were wearing out. However, the legendary beast was far from exhausted. Varys was bewildered at how easily the lightning-attributed orichalcum golems were defeated even if they weren't defense-oriented. But decisive to take it upon himself, Heel announces that it was time they used their final straw. Against Rhianna's protests, they simply had to take the dangerous chance, now that the Leviathan was this close. Although willing to comply with his command, she politely clasps his hand, but the flustered heel was surprised, as their little touch generated a golden shine. Rihanna had transferred him the little magic power she possessed, and pleaded that even if it would be of minimal help, Heel must beat the beast for sure. With an energetic agreement, Heel noticed the Titan brewing another catastrophe. A blazing arrow was fired at its tusks, and slowly but surely, the serpent took notice. The whipping arrows crashed into its tusks, causing it pain immense enough to retract its beam, and noticed the one responsible begging to die. Its body radiated danger as the horns on its back complied, and streaks of energy lay waste to the island, while Heel desperately weaved through them, riding on Terran. The sea stalkers were either crushed or thrown away, as the Leviathan finally climbed onto the island and chased after Heel. While Rihanna and Varys could do nothing but watch this from afar, Elvan begged to disagree. He rushes away from them and starts tugging at the rope of the ballista that was responsible for propelling the mithril arrow. Varys pleaded him to give up because with the winch destroyed, they could neither do anything to use as a lever to pull the tightened rope, nor was it possible to pull it with one's brute strengths. However, the great general was far from swayed. He wasn't willing to let their master risk his life while he stood by, doing nothing, and the veins on his arms and face convulsed as he tugged at the rope with all the strength his body could muster. However, Elvin's grip started to falter, and in that exact moment, Mappa rushed to his side, his muscles bulging as he struggled alongside him. Terran barely halted in time as the monster jumped over their heads to smash them. But before it could, several explosives slammed into its head. Throwing his gaze towards their originating direction, Heel discovers the orcs rowing closer, but so does the Leviathan. However, its tilted head failed to trace the next mithril arrow that impaled its left eye. Elvin had acted as a manual lever to position it perfectly, while Mappa had used his hammer to beat the rope in place. With the target occupied, Heel commands Terran to fly, and she does. Mama Spider spews a web at the Leviathan's head and tugs hard enough to haul herself over the blinded beast. Having succeeded at the most significant part of the plan, holding a rather special bag, Heel raises his hand to signal to a specific someone watching it all from a safe distance, with clairvoyance at his disposal. Riel yaps to convey this signal to the armed fillet, who alongside the tiny spiders swung their pickaxes at various points underground. Carefully planned chains of cracks appeared across the pillars upholding the ceiling, and in a similar chain of events, the entire thing collapsed. The mighty creature came down as the ground below gave in, and because of its huge size, the fall damage was simply multiplied. It groaned as the rubble followed suit, battering its entire length. The master engineer of the plan stood atop the scene, watching in great joy as his plan to draw the beast inland panned out. Having dug a cavern below the reclaimed land, they had left just a few pillars supporting the ground above. Well aware that it wasn't a fatal blow either, Heel unveiled a silver-hued pickaxe from within the bag he had been hauling all along. It was the very pinnacle of Mappa's works, the godly mithril pickaxe. Heel descended alongside the rubble, as Mr. Advisor denoted the acquired mining tool, and as he found the precise window to hit, it inquired again, "Do you want to mine?" The Leviathan retorted by spewing a disastrous bout of energy, but summoning a magic shield with the entire magic gifted by Rihanna, he deflected it on his way down. Finally underground, the Cave King exercised the full glory of his powers, and Mr. Advisor duly followed to optimize them. Heel hurled it without a moment to spare or hesitate, and recognizing the optimized weaknesses alongside pinpointing the conjured powers, Mr. Advisor turned the Cave King into a god killer. The ones above witnessed an explosion welling from within, and in the very next moment, the impenetrable exoskeleton was torn apart. The godly Leviathan broke as the ungodly power shattered his cranium. Heel kept forging ahead as his powers continued gushing out and wrecking the entire length of the beast. And realization dawns that his strike had been optimized to find a flaw in its defenses. The onlookers broke into cheers while the legendary beast broke apart and started to collapse without a struggle. Clinging onto a rope spewed by Terran, the successful Heel smiled in kind. But a shriek from below sent chills down his spine as he turned around. Despite bearing countless fatal wounds, the beast wasn't willing to forfeit just yet, and summoned a final roar of terror. The sheer power this final roar possessed sent tremors throughout the island, while the blood-curdling noise inflicted excruciating pain at the brains of those above. This wasn't something Heel's shield could fend against, and as the one to bear its full frontal damage that was further amplified because of the cave's echoes, blood started to flow out of his eyes and nose. Heel lost consciousness and lay suspended by the thread, and as the tremors caused the cave to break in, Elvan and Varys pleaded Terran to hurriedly pull him up. Varys is startled as someone else leaps over him, and the Beldon tribe's princess joined anything but the death count. At her request, Terran furnished another one of her webs, and clinging onto it tightly with her right hand, she made her way towards Mr. Heel. She frantically pleaded him to snap back, and he groaned as she assured him that they would make it through. Heel could barely shake his head in denial, as he pleaded that she wouldn't make it if his dead weight pinned them down. However, Rhianna wasn't willing to leave him alone. Positive that they will make it out together, she tightly held onto him while tugging at the rope. But unfortunately, the debris above begged to disagree. In a blurry instance, something extremely agile appeared before them, and its sight could only baffle the princess. Using the falling rocks as footholds, it wasn't just agile enough to maneuver through them, but also strong enough to carry them both on his back. Rhianna shrieked as an unavoidable boulder followed next, but their dark-snouted ride assured her to cast her fear aside. Clad in pure white fur, another beast clung to the side of the walls across them, obliterated the boulder by slamming straight into it. Past their highest hurdle, they made it to the top to watch the cave descend, and although grateful to their mysterious saviors, Heel couldn't help but grow curious about their identities. With a tinge of black fur, one of the bipedal beasts commended the heroes who defeated the Leviathan, and as Heel's vision gained some clarity, he could recognize the strong build of the Kobold twins. Referring to the black-snouted one as his brother, the white one affirms that he could trace the smell of their lord on them, hinting to Heel that they might be someone's acquaintances after all. Apologetically, Black requests if a box with a kobold baby had washed up on this island's shore. Before either could respond, Elvan, Varys, Mappa, and Shell came running at them, and at the twins' sight, the proud general halted in bewilderment. Aware of the Beldan tribe's expulsion from the mainland, the pair of kobolds recognized El and Vari, while the shaman in turn revealed to Heel that they were Ash and Hyna from the Tiberius tribe, and the ones who had most likely been assigned to guard Riel by Alhamina. Hearing them speak about their queen affirmed that they had indeed discovered the Thought Stone. And sure enough, the tiny tot of concern came bounding with joy to meet Heel, while a frantic Fully tried to get a hold of him. Ash and Heine are perplexedly relieved at his sight, but to the little one's utter surprise, they instantly kneeled to greet him. Tears of gratitude flowed, while their voices trembled with the regret for having lost him previously. Having been locked inside a box right after his birth, Riel didn't have a single clue about the pair. But in a stern voice, Elvan interrogated Ash about how they ended up at the Sheol Reef of all places. Although a little hesitant, Ash eventually discloses that after escaping the main ship, even their lifeboat had been destroyed, leaving them at the mercy of the waves, while their prince was unfortunately lost. After a few nauseating days, they had been rescued by the orc pirate, Camus, the leader of the Corvus tribe of orcs. A goblin archer is alarmed spotting the orcs' boat approaching their shore, and Elvan demands Ash for an explanation, because following Alhamina's words, the Tiberius tribe had been at war against the orcs, which was far from being a proper reason to be rescued by their enemies. Unable to explain it himself, Ash suggests he instead speaks with Camus, who was currently rowing a damaged ship without any ammunitions to put up any resistance, which was the perfect chance for Elvan to exact his revenge. Despite being sworn enemies, they were surrendering their lives to them, and understanding the gravity of the situation, an unspoken temporary truce was agreed upon. The Corvus tribe's ship docked right at the base of the destroyed fort, while two giants made it to their shore and stood beside the Kobold twins. Intimidated by their fearsome height and build, Heel stutters to introduce himself while he leaned against Rihanna. The domineering presence conveyed his surprise at the sight of monsters and humans coexisting, as the orc pirate, Kamyu, stood towering before Heel, clad in the flamboyant garb of a pirate with a massive build, a pair of tusks, and accompanied by a subordinate, whom we'll be referring to as Jade. Even for an orc, Kamyu was nothing like the corpses Heel had seen previously, but noticing the unmistakable physique of the uncommon giant among goblins, Kamyu asked if it was the goblin General L. With an indifferently bitter tone, Elvan reintroduced himself and demands how they would compensate for having raised their homes. The domineering individual exclaimed at how their entwined fates had brought them at the mercy of the Beldan tribe, and grasped the hilt of his rapier, alarming the goblins who immediately anticipated the worst. However, he fell to the ground, forfeiting his weapon alongside his life, as he beseeched them to just spare the lives of his people, and in return, he'd lay down his own. They were baffled hearing this sudden submission, as he vowed to bear responsibility for his tribe, and requests they at least repair their ship for them to row away somewhere distant. Silence prevailed as Elvan acknowledged his decision as their leader, and Fulla peeked at him with mixed emotions of concern. Unable to bear the agony, Jade hurriedly speaks up, pleading them to wait, because their boss had done nothing wrong. He reasons that it was all caused by a traitor of their clan, but Kamyu demands he purse his lips because he isn't willing to shame their clan anymore. As Jade retorts, pleading for a chance to clarify, while Kamyu urges he doesn't, Hill's request for an explanation is lost in the chaos. Unable to bear it any longer, Elven shouts they quieten down at once, and overwhelmed by the disastrous noise, the orcs immediately complied. Heel struggled to call for the orc captain, and speaks that regardless of the decision he might take and why, he still wanted to learn about what had actually transpired. Kamyu could tell that it was a request from the Lord of the Land, so he allows his vice captain to speak, and speak he did. Jade explains that Claude the traitor was the second in command of their tribe, and after Kamyu departed for an expedition, he took his chances and seized a part of their fleet. Claude had never been in favor of Kamyu's methods that didn't bring them the glory and wealth he sought, and although it was frustrating, many others of their tribe sided with him. At the first news of it, Kamyu tried rushing back as soon as he could, but unfortunately, Claude had already been raiding their foes. Exactly as Heel would deduce, it was Claude who had attacked the Beldan and Tiberius tribes. When Kamyu had clashed with them at sea, the Leviathan had appeared to annihilate the traitor's fleet. Heel now understood that the first group of orc corpses that they had discovered had been a part of Claude's faction, while Kamyu, who had been tailing right behind them, ended up rescuing the kobold twins, Ash and Heine. Ash spoke that, upon hearing the first news of the righteous Corvus tribe attacking other clans ruthlessly, he had indeed grown rather suspicious. But Kamyu's voice faltered, as he argued that even if their clan did bear such goodwill, it didn't change the fact that they had massacred countless innocent lives. The mistake of his clan was his own weight to bear as their leader, and having sullied his ancestry, death was the only redemption for him. Heel gulps the mess of pity within him, but Elven wasn't swayed. He emphasizes that had he controlled his men when he already knew their intentions, such blasphemy would not have taken place. Unsheathing the forfeited rapier, he urges Kamyu bear responsibility for his own words, and submitting himself with the resolve he had made up from the very beginning, the orc captain pleads he ends him. Before Heel and the lot could intervene, Fully screamed on top of her lungs for Elven to wait. But once the blade was swung, it did not stop. A quick swish of the moving blade echoed through the silent shore, leaving all the onlookers in equal disbelief. Elven had impaled the rapier in the sand just inches away from Kamyu's head. And with that same bitterness in his voice, demands he takes his sword at once. Because as the general of the Beldan tribe, Elvan now challenges the Corvus tribe's leader, Kamyu, to a duel. The two duelists were allowed ample room as the others distanced themselves, and the rough scent of the sea salt flew inshore with the breeze, as Heel anxiously bore witness to an actual duel. While Elvan was the strongest individual he could think about, his foe was Kamyu, the absolute pinnacle of the orcs. Scared, he considers casting a shield to at least help him fend against the rapier, but, gently grabbing his hand, Rihanna shook her head to plead he doesn't. Unable to do anything but watch, Heel prepares himself for the worst. Kamyu whips up his blade, clarifying that he had indeed resolved himself to be executed. But, now that it has come to a chivalrous duel, he wouldn't bow down at any cost. Elvan was raring to fight it out as well, and grabbing his dual axes, urges he prepares himself. They stanced themselves for the duel, and while Elvan clutched the hilt of his axes, Kamyu moved his right leg in response. In the blink of an eye, he sprung with his rapier stretched at Elvan's neck, and tugging at the rope, tying the axes together, he countered in a way that forces Kamyu to duck. Elvan now had to fend at a close range, so he went for the axe, but it was struck away by the assailing blade in an instant. While Elvan noticed that, Kamyu had already closed in on him, and the impact that followed was catastrophic. Elvan lost track of one of his axes that was thrown far behind him, while Heel could barely keep up with their breakneck speed. Despite losing one of his weapons, Elvan did not twitch or even show a hint of despair. Kamyu commended him for the unprecedented agility, but paying it no heed. This time, Elvan closes in on him. He flinches as he was forced to move away when the thin rapier scraped his cheek, while Rihanna was simply astounded by Kamyu's physical prowess. Despite being a pirate who would fight on ships with cannons, the orc possessed great speed, flexibility, precision, and the overall skill to hold it all together. Fully was terribly scared, watching her father being pushed back. But calm as always, Elvan foremost took control of his axe. He rushes ahead, timing himself with his enemy, and Jade could only exclaim in sheer terror because the chained axe was hurled like a boomerang that was coming straight for Kamyu's back. He deters it in the nick of time and turns around in a circle as he fluidly deflects the axe with such great skill that the deflected axe went straight for its owner now. Elvan jolts as he now has not one, but two different blades to fend against. While the armed Kamyu charged at his left, the axe came at his exposed right, giving him no room to escape. As the others watched, a spurt of blood splashed on the baffled Kamyu's face, because after deflecting the axe on his right, Elvan had grabbed hold of it again, while forcing his left hand straight against the entire rapier that pierced through. He had formulated this entire plan to restrict the fencer from moving away from him, because now that Kamyu was this close, he could crush him with brute force alone. Instead of blocking the axe coming his way, Kamyu instead grabs the arm wielding it, and despite all the power that Elvan claimed he would use to crush him, he was an actual orc through and through. With a body far greater than him in terms of size and power, no goblin could ever defeat an orc in a grapple. Elvan was slowly losing ground as the overwhelming force started shoving him down. And even if the others were anxious at the decisive moment, Elvan couldn't help but laugh at the wonderful joke. While no normal goblin could ever defeat an orc, as he said, he was far from normal. As the great warrior crest started glowing on his shoulder, his muscles bulged as a new power took effect, to Kamyu's great surprise. Using Kamyu's own weight against him, Elvan had turned himself into a fulcrum by forcing his weight downwards and lifted his foe straight above. As Kamyu realized what he was aiming for with him midair, Elvan turned him around by grabbing him by his chest and screamed as he raised him even higher before ramming his head directly into the ground below. Blood spurted from his jaws as the brutal impact seemingly crushed his skull, while the ground itself had been shattered. Twisting his fist, Elvan simply broke off the rapier's blade from its hilt. The fellow goblin warriors cheered at their general's overwhelming victory, and while Heel rushes to heal him, Jade followed out of pure concern for his boss. At Heel's query, Elvan reveals that the blow was far from what it would take to crack an orc's skull, and amidst his coughs, Kamyu concedes, as he slowly returned to consciousness. At his sight, the proud warrior rises back on his feet and commands that, as the rightful victor of the duel, he now owned Kamyu's life and would not let him throw it away as he pleased. Kamyu was stupefied hearing this, as a strange sense of respect grew within him as a warrior, and the goblin general called out to all of his men and announced that they had finally avenged their families by defeating the Corvus tribe. They respond in kind, cheering at the top of their lungs, and Elvin turns to face Heel, apologizing for having spoken up before him. However, Heel was simply grateful that he had acted following his heart. He trots over to Kamyu and allows them to stay on the island for the time they require to repair their ship. He pleads they call their tribe on shore and help themselves to what little their island had to offer. And although battered and bruised, Kamyu agrees to follow. Elvan walked away from the scene but halted abruptly as he spotted Folia standing before him, just staring at the ground without a word. She abruptly kicks his shin, and he flinches at the sudden pain while grabbing his knee. She slowly leans in against his chest and sighs at how she had previously made him promise to never overdo it again. And evidently now, it had been a promise for naught. Decisive to refer to Heel as mi amor, Kamyu accepted his generous offer, and just like that, over 100 orcs of concerning intensity had joined their fray as guests. Following their late queen's orders, Ash and Heine vowed to follow Heel, Riel's foster parent. Having heard about Heel's blessing of tame from the goblins, they were curious if he would bestow them with the same alongside new names. He clarifies that he had simply tamed them to help share the benefits of his crest and not to turn them into his subordinates. With their agreement, the twin kobold warriors Ashton and Hines were hence tamed. Kneeling over, they swore their allegiance with their lives on the line. And with almost all of the immediate problems resolved, it was high time he started planning the living spaces alongside the knowledgeable Varys. As Heel heaved a sigh of relief, a sudden dizziness washed over him, and Rihanna grows frantic as the exhaustion of fighting the Leviathan finally took its toll. Getting a closer look at his reddish face and feeling his forehead, she discovers that he has developed a fever, and leaving Varys in charge of the duties here, decides to help Heel to his room. Heel reasons that it wasn't that big a deal, but once resolved, no one could speak against Rihanna. She politely excuses herself towards him, while he grows flustered feeling her hand on his back. And without a second to spare, Nurse Rihanna was ready to princess carry him. While Kamyu tried exclaiming at the intimate sight, Nurse Rihanna misunderstood his concern and assures that she was strong enough. As sick as he was, Heel understood that he would not be of much of an help either, and decides to recover in the time being. Shrieks were cut short as the goblins descended into the cavern where the massive corpse of the Leviathan lay still and a golem tugged to retrieve the mithril arrow buried in its left eye. A fellow goblin suggests they leave the corpse buried underground, but Mappa had a different idea brewing. Using a mithril knife, he sliced a good clean chunk of the meat off of the thing and eagerly indulged in the delicacy, while the others were simply shocked at the sight. While they feared something drastic like a poisonous outbreak, Mappa chewed at it for a while and shoved it down his gullet just as quickly. Overjoyed at the delectable taste, he started dancing around to announce that not only was it safe to eat, but also incredibly tasty. Understanding this, Varys called for golems 10 and 11, and for the very first time in history, a freezer would be created around the food itself. With most of the golems destroyed in the fight, their need to retrieve them from the water was dire. Before the goblins could proceed to figure out a way to, Jade, alongside a few other orcs, appear behind them, timidly requesting if they could allow them to be of help, because as pirates, they were undoubtedly skilled on water. Tinted with the uncertainty of a former animosity, the goblins hesitantly handed them ropes to tie around the submerged golems. While it wouldn't be easy, slowly but surely, the Beldan goblins and Corvus orcs hence started to mediate. Because of the Orichalcum guards securing the Heartstones, the precious cores had survived, even if the golems had been destroyed. While Heel wanted to return to rebuilding them as soon as possible, he couldn't even move. While his weak body did not budge, Rihanna wouldn't allow him to even try to eat by himself, and little Riel would play around on his lap, while Shell would carry the necessities. Even if he would try to ask her to leave, Rihanna was someone he could never persuade and had to comply with her demands. Thanks to a medicine Varys had concocted using Yggdrasil's sap, his condition had improved significantly, and with his magic powers recovering, he assures Rihanna that he will be able to heal himself soon. While Riel snuggled closer, Rihanna clarifies that caring for him once in a while didn't bother her, but instead, she liked spending time with him like this. Dull as always, Heel didn't have a clue about the crimson color of her cheeks, and was more concerned about not being of help to the others who were tirelessly working outside. The Cave King's gaze would always wander to his pickaxe, perched on the wall across the room, eager to get back to mining. In the meanwhile, a pair of goblin miners who were working at the bottom levels noticed their surroundings growing warmer, and with the next hit at the ground, one of them was baffled to find his face being pummeled by a powerful force. They immediately distanced themselves away from the spewing fluid. But it wasn't just any hot water. It was the discovery of a hot spring. Having sailed across the treacherous oceans, inhabiting a dangerous reef, Heel had even added surviving a legendary beast's wrath to his list of accolades. However, those scars of his pride just paled in comparison to the threat he faces now, for it's the greatest danger of his life. With a naked Rihanna bathing right behind him, he was in real deep waters now. After the hard-fought battle, there could be nothing sweeter than a relaxing bath. While Rihanna was overcome by a wave of nostalgia and relief, after remembering a similar hot spring back in their hometown, the flustered Heel had a single question on his mind. How the hell did this happen? It was about a week ago, when his body had recovered well enough for him to move out of the bed rest. With his mithril pickaxe in his hands, he was ready to put his body to the test. Despite his resolute will, even the subtle effort of raising his hands left him with a nerve-wracking pain, and the others who heard his cry rushed to his room at once. He apologetically thanks Rihanna, who helps him back to his bed, while Kaimyu teasingly exclaims at his notoriety to trouble such a little girl. Heel is surprised to find them all here, and excusing themselves alongside the orc captain, Ashton and Highness greet Heel with little Riel perched on their shoulder. At a further nudge from Kaimyu, Rihanna hands Heel a carefully folded set of clothes, and upon a closer inspection, he could only exclaim in astonishment. Not only were his tattered clothes patched up, but had been sewn to perfection as if new. Rihanna chuckles softly as she reveals that she had used Terran's spider silk to enforce and repair the fabrics, while with a soft sigh, Ashton exclaims at how the Sheol Reef never failed to surprise them. Be it the vast catacombs of tunnels underneath, the legendary dwarf's forge within, or even the mythical Yggdrasil towering at its rear to Kaimyu's surprise. Willing to continuously improve the place, Heel requests the three to help him in whatever means they think would be appropriate. Startling him, Kaimyu chips in his decision to join them as fellow islanders, alongside his entire Corvus tribe. Despite the Beldan tribe trying to accept them with small interactions here and there, the past they shared was too traumatic for the children to overcome. Heel assured him that with time, such problems would fade away to blur the lines like it had been with him and the goblins initially. Hearing this, Kaimyu couldn't help but voice his curiosity about how a human like him even created such a peaceful dominion of monsters. Heel timidly explains his origins from the kingdom of San Feliz, and how the Sheol Reef was still a part of the kingdom. This mention disrupted Kaimyu's thoughts as he concurred, but before they could speak further, an alarm was sounded. The alarmed Fulla stood wheezing in the doorway, and at Heel's query, frantically announced that hot water springs were erupting underground. By the time they made it to the steamy underground cavern, the others had already taken notice and had gathered around the hot springs. At Varys' query full of concern, Heel politely assured him about his slow yet steady recovery and commended them for the precious find. The fearsome general giggled as he conveyed how badly he loved the comforting stuff, while Fulla was more concerned about what would happen if the growing springs flooded the cave. She reasons that ever since it had first erupted, the springs had been gushing out non-stop. Even if such events did occur in the mines back in the continent, they were minor enough for miners to sort them using a few buckets, and nowhere nearly of this alarming scale. Heel craned his neck, planning to first determine how safe the water was, but one certain oddball didn't think twice. The water splashed before their eyes as Mappa jumped into the spring, enjoying the warm water to the fullest, while sparking a hint of jealousy and confirming the water's safety. Squatting and leaning closer, Heel inquired with Mappa if it would be possible for them to somehow carry the water outside. Varys and Heel couldn't piece a solution together, because unlike how water flowed downstream, the opposite didn't seem quite feasible. As they debated their options, Mappa bobbed his head as he slowly drowned in the comforting water while racking his brain. And all of a sudden, the perfect solution clicked to him. He immediately made his way to his smithy, and using a stick to draw on the soil, he explained a plan to Heel, to create a layout out of molded stones and iron ores, to help the water navigate outside. Before long, Heel was busy baffling Kamyu with his inventory, as he summoned unbelievable quantities of ores and stones, while the entire forge was mobilized to create iron pipes using molds. Mappa improvised the fire-attributed golems numbered 8 and 9, with special arm attachments that heavily concentrated their potent fire magic and compressed it to create a thin line that they then used to solder the iron pipes together. With the orcs joining them, the scale of this project became unprecedented for the islanders, as they started laying the pipes in the mines to draw the water to the surface. Using his unfathomable knowledge, Mappa devised a sophisticated device and installed it at the very source where the water was spouting out. And unwilling to let the excess water be wasted, a large public bath was built on the surface. With high hopes in tow, Heel grabbed his pickaxe to chuck in some help, but Rihanna would not let him. He had no choice but to leave the entire project to his fellow islanders. And after a week's worth of time and effort, it was time that a pristine bath came to fruition. Mappa worked the mechanisms behind the headstone, while the onlookers gazed at the picturesque build, concerned if the water would even reach this high. Varys rushes towards Mappa, who heaved a sigh of relief after sorting out the pipeline, and relayed that following his plan, the wind-attributed golem number 10 was creating a vacuum in the pipeline to draw the water. Following his signal, a goblin worked a wheel to open the valve inside, and sure enough, the Mappa-styled headstone's mouth slowly creeped open. As they stood watching, the mouth expanded wide, and the mighty creator jolts as the sound of water gurgling deep within resounded. He walked behind it and slammed it hard with his hand, and as if in response, bouts of fresh and clean water came flooding out of the headstone. Disregarding the strange design, the onlookers were amazed as Mappa's legendary brain worked its charm. The public bath gradually gained a shallow depth of comfortable warmth that made Elvan impatient enough to jump in it at once. Hearing him, Kamyu suggests he helps himself to the first honors, and closing his eyes states that the Corvus tribe would wait for the Belden to take its time. However, his blind generosity turned against him, because Elvan kicked him in before he could finish speaking. Ignoring his curses, the general turned to rejoice with his fellow goblins. Elvan, instead, mockingly teases him for not washing himself before jumping in like an uncivilized orc. And before long, goblins and orcs alike were washing themselves and jumping into the bath with great joy. As the three men enjoyed the soak, Varys thanked Kamyu for his extensive knowledge that he lent during the construction. As the orc exclaimed at his fading exhaustion, Elvan found yet another chance to get back at him and call him out for his muscles being just for show. And in an instant, Kamyu became Jojo, as he demanded if Elvan was insulting his masterpiece. Jade slowly crawled up behind him, warning him against talking about Kamyu's prided muscles. But unfortunately, Kamyu had already taken matters into his hand and was flexing his naked body before them, while Ashton and Highness carefully helped Riel enjoy his bath in a smaller tub. With a towel wrapped around his waist and a makeshift bucket in hand, Heel arrives having washed himself before the soak. And as he greets the eager Shell, Elvan shouts to request fully against swimming in the bath. However, while that would have been nothing out of the ordinary for Heel, wasn't Full a girl? And just as a shrill reply followed, his suspicions turned for the worst. Turning around, he discovers a naked Fully exclaiming at his late arrival. Even worse, to her left, entire flocks of women bathing and enjoying a soak in the water just beside the men's. When he tried demanding why Varys hadn't separated the two baths, amidst his frantic stutters, Varys replies with great confusion, hinting as if Heel was the weird one there. Just before he anticipated the final decisive blow, his greatest fear called out to him as he flinches to a stop. Sure enough, Rihanna appeared with nothing but a towel, barely covering her sanctity, and pushing Heel to the very verge of insanity with her offer to wash his back. Bad Heel popped to his left with the horns on his head, wearing black leather and a devilish trident in hand, urging he let his masculine instincts take over. Good Heel popped up to his right with a halo on his head, wearing khakis, pleading he doesn't act out of lust, but does appreciate this cultural difference and go with the flow. Regardless of what and how, the both of them agreed that Heel must do the obvious, and joined hands. However, Heel just beat the crap out of both of them. Excusing himself for being dizzy, he excuses himself away from the warfare, leaving Rihanna and Fula in quite a daze. He finds the ever-cheerful Shell following behind him and admits that although he wanted to enjoy the bath with everyone, he didn't feel good about tricking them into thinking that a mixed bath was normal to him. Making his way through the underground corridor by the pipelines, he found himself some of the spring water still stagnant in a small pool beside the source pump, and accompanied by little Shell, he enjoyed a hearty soak. Tilting his head, he exclaimed at how smart their legendary dwarf was to plan the pump, while also commending Golem number 10, who was working it and responded with a small salute. He almost drowns and jolts in shock as Rihanna walks up on him yet again. Flustered and embarrassed, he stutters as Rihanna reasons that she simply couldn't leave him alone, and apologizes about the others jumping into the baths right away, misunderstanding that Heel must have wanted a peaceful soak instead. Before he could even reply, Rihanna requested to join him, and hence dialing back to the present. He was facing the greatest danger of his life. He freaks out as Rihanna spots a strange rock somewhere and asks him to look, because he couldn't look at it without looking at her. He hurriedly summons his inventory and busies himself counting the materials to calm himself down, when all of a sudden, Rihanna speaks that she wanted to discuss something important. With no one around them, all hell broke loose, as he anticipated a confession. And sure enough, Rihanna admits that ever since the Corvus tribe came along, it had been difficult for her to sort out the feelings of the Beldan tribesmen. While neither of the orcs here were responsible for their loss, their homes still held a precious place in their hearts. However, the peaceful union, cooperation, and enjoyment of the two now made Rihanna really happy. Heel couldn't help but smile as well, glad that the two bitter enemies had started bonding slowly. He pleads she doesn't apologize for something she wasn't responsible for, because looking past their rough past, if she wanted the two tribes to get along, this Sheol Reef was already a thriving conundrum of goblins, slimes, cave spiders, golems, kobolds, a naked old dwarf, and even a human. Finally at peace in body and mind, she lay against his back, before thanking him from the bottom of her heart. The volcano erupted as the sacred boundary was breached, but amidst his makeshift plea for her to move away, he turns around to discover that she had fallen asleep. He realizes that having exhausted herself throughout the week, managing everything and caring for him, the bath must have finally soothed her nerves. Calmed with a sigh of relief, he thanks her in turn as well, finally at peace with himself. A good time later, Rihanna's eyes slowly parts and she hurriedly apologizes for dozing off, only to discover a knocked-out Heel, with his face all red with the blood rushing to his head because of the timeless soak. While it wasn't certain if it was because of the hot spring, his recovery was complete, and tears of joy well because he could finally move well enough to mine again. Congratulating him for the same, Camus appeared through the doorway, and as Heel took notice, he requested him to spare him some of his time. They surfaced to a breezy outcrop overlooking the front shore of the reclaimed land, demarcated with the huge hole that the Leviathan had fallen through. As a congratulatory gift, he hands him quite a special scroll, because as soon as Heel unravels it, he discovers the intricate plan of a harbor. Bewildered when he asks him about it, Camus discloses that after being requested by Varys, he devised a plan to help turn the frontal section into a harbor, because from what he had heard, Heel was planning to somehow trade with the mainland. Unfortunately, because of the lack of lumber, Heel had to dismantle the Beldan tribe's ship for lumber, leaving no medium to either travel or transport for trades. He suggests he hence makes use of their ship, but because of the recent damages to its bottom from the Leviathan, they would first need to dock it in a proper harbor for repair. As the two delve into the details of the plan, Heel noticed that considering how detailed and superior it was, it would outshine even the Sanfalace Kingdom's mighty naval facilities. Hearing this, Camus recalls his origins from the main continent And although with a disheartened look and bitter smile, Heel affirms. Slowly, he recounts his lineage and pass to the orc captain, and fortunately for us, skips the part about little Lopez. Heeding him, Kamyu could understand how difficult of a subject it must be for him to speak about it freely. But Heel clarified that disregarding his past, his emphasis was on the Sheol Reef being an abandoned section of the Sandfallis kingdom that they can inhabit without worries. But little did he know that only time would tell. With a new goal to prepare for, he took off to speak with Mappa about the harbor designs. And although Kamyu didn't approve of Heel's plan initially, he didn't voice himself either. After getting Mappa's insight, Heel emptied his inventory, full of processed bricks, into vast, empty blocks created to support the harbor's structure. The mind-boggling feat and sheer quantity bewildered Kamyu, and feeling pity for him, Elvan decided to console him the best he could. Kamyu was in utter shock at the multiple powers just a single crest held. But regardless of what and how their planned harbor was taking form, having built the foundation of the structure, Heel sought Kamyu to supervise and deal with the remaining construction. While the orc captain was uncertain about being entrusted with such a significant project, Rihanna and Varys cheered him on, suggesting that he was the most suitable as the fearsome proud pirate. Persuaded, Kamyu agreed to humbly accept the responsibility to create a fantastic harbor. And with a considerable lot of golem cores at his disposal, Heel decided to lend him some reliable helpers. He rebuilt golems number 1 to 7 who had been destroyed by the Leviathan, and with the docks requiring a lot more raw materials, Heel returned to mining in the deep underground caverns with his orichalcum axe. As he landed his first shattering blow in a while, Fulla clapped her hands while Shell bobbed to congratulate the Heel on his recovery. She was curious about why he was using his orichalcum axe instead of the stronger mithril one. But with the smaller frame and easier control, Heel had kept the latter in store. Volleys of yaps drew their attention elsewhere, and they chanced upon little Riel nibbling at Ashton's tail, making it difficult for the kobold twins to mine as usual. Apologetically, Heel sought Ashton to keep Riel occupied, while Fulla asked Highness to make up for his older brother's share of the work. Raring to have a go at mining, Highness eagerly accepted the challenge to try his hands at using pickaxes instead of weapons. While Heel was about to plead her to go easy on the amateur, Ashton walked up beside him, seeking him to instead thank her. Fulla's unreserved attitude was a great asset in these dire times, when so many of their tribes were trying to establish some friendliness. Blows after blows and tries after tries, Heel witnessed Highness improve in terms of mining technicalities, and given his strength as a warrior, he grew into Fulla's equal in no time. Watching them both, Heel was hyped up as well to join their growing ranks of miners. In the meanwhile, while Ashton was busy serving his liege, Riel's crest of clairvoyance suddenly sparked an hint, and he immediately tottered across the cavern and scratched at a specific area, as if demarcating something. Having unearthed various ores on his first time, Highness couldn't help but agree with Fulla on how fun mining was. When all of a sudden, Ashton's voice resounds from ahead, requesting Mr. Heel's attention. Unwilling to fall behind, Highness and Fulla rushed to find what Ashton had dug up while cheating with Riel's clairvoyance. To their utter surprise, there stood a small, empty box-like hole in the wall made out of orichalcum, while Fulla suspected if it might be a coffin. As Ashton looked around, he found a strange symmetrical stone near his claws, and as he picks it up, Heel offers to check it out for him in his inventory. Instead of a new ore, Mr. Advisor identifies the hexagonal stone as a transport stone, which can help them move instantaneously across distances, depending on the stone's size. Heel debated if they would need another similar one that will act as the destination point to this transport stone, while the curious Fully discovers an odd indentation inside the orichalcum box, strangely similar to the shape of the transport stone. When Heel tried inserting it, it ended up being a snug fit to their stark surprise and Riel's joy. Various rims of light appeared glowing across the insides of the orichalcum box, in contrast to the dark cave. And although cautious, Fulla closes a little, wondering if it could take them somewhere. Ashton warned her against trying it, because even if it did, they didn't know where. The curious as always, Mappa walked up to the box as they stood a little distant, debating if they should test it with a golem. He explored the inside as they spoke about what would happen if the other end was buried like this one, and they'd end up nowhere. When all of a sudden, Mappa's body started vanishing. As they turned to face him, Mappa was gone in a flash, leaving them screaming his name out of pure distress. A surging wave of panic spread as Mappa disappeared into the strange coffin. But before the desperate heel could follow, Riel's clairvoyance triggered yet another conjoined glimpse linking their visions. All of them closed their eyes, getting a good look of the place that Mappa had disappeared off to. And having confirmed that the place appeared safe enough, Heel stepped inside the box. With a leap of faith and joy, Riel followed suit, and plenty intrigued, fully jumped in. As the responsible guardians of the tiny tot, Hyness and Ashton decided to tag along as well. But the place became quite crammed, didn't it? While the five of them barely fit inside the enclosure, neither of the digits wanted to stay behind. Riel whimpered and yapped as the overload took its toll. But with another flash of light, all of them disappeared somewhere far away. They collapsed on each other in the tangle of limbs on a cold, hard stone floor. And as Heel managed to croak under the entangled mess, the little Riel on his head gave a small yap to draw his attention. They were surrounded by vast sections of books, expanding tall and wide. It was as if they were in a library of sorts. Most of the intricate pillars and railings were broken, as if they had worn down with time. And with these many books around them, it was no longer believable that we're on the infamous Sheol Reef anymore. Considering his previous encounters with such rooms, Heel was more inclined to believe that they simply chanced upon a similar room, like the golems inside the reef itself. Except this one didn't even compare. Climbing the flights of stairs, they reached floors after floors that made the descending fall in the center even scarier. Sniffing around a corner, Hyness catches scent of Mappa and informs Heel. And having chanced her upon a clue, Heel urges he leads the way. They walk past the towering corridors of books, looming statues and golems now deteriorated by age, before eventually chancing upon the collapsed figure of their friend. As they near him, Heel noticed a pool of blood below Mappa's head, who lay face first on the ground, making him terribly concerned if he was attacked in this seemingly harmless place as he turns him over. To his surprise, the pooling blood had been a result of a terrible nosebleed, and panning his eyes a little further, he notices what might have been an ancient excuse of a steamy magazine. Realizing what had kept Mappa busy, he shut it and cast a small recovery spell on his legendary blacksmith. Slowly but surely, Mappa awoke from his steamy dreams, and Heel pleads he follows him to the others. As he led the way, Mappa noticed a book falling off of the stacks behind him, giving him a glimpse to what was inside. Curious, he approached to steal a quick glance, but what he discovered next was a mind-boggling turn for the story. Of the numerous pages, one of them bore texts about the human anatomy of a specific being, possessing a crest very significant to this story, the crest known as the King of Cave. Without a forethought, Mappa had recognized it as well. But as the ignorant Heel called for him to hurry up, he chucked it back into oblivion, and it descended down the gaping center of the countless floors. As they returned to the transport chamber, Heel is surprised to discover that Shell had brought the others alongside him. With countless new books to read, the knowledgeable shaman was overjoyed. But even if the books galore were a fortunate treasure trove, unfortunately, neither of them could read the unknown texts. Even the muscle-headed Kamyu was excited at the thrilling adventure, because even if he had nothing to do with the books, a teleportation device, and an unknown library marking the presence of an unknown civilization did sound like a pretty chunk to the pirate. With most of the structure crumbling away, and golems probably hiding in some crooked corners, they herded their excitement and started to explore. While Varys was bedazzled by the books, Kamyu took his time with the architecture, and while Heel bothered himself with the dormant golems, Fula tried reaching for a book she couldn't grab herself, and Rihanna walked up to get it for her. Fula called for Heel, who was tattling with a new golem heart, because the book she discovered had pictures. As he peeked in alongside Rihanna, their eyes widened in disbelief at how detailed the nigh-realistic drawing was. With vast cities and buildings expanding around it, there towered a mountain at its dead center. While the towns and architecture seemed somewhat familiar to the lot, the mound at the center of it all was unmistakably the Sheol Reef they know of, except a lot taller and bigger. While that's exactly what the two ladies said with a soft giggle, Heel took notice of little shells staring at something they had walked past, as if entranced. Walking closer with the inquisitive pair in tow, their eyes fell upon something bewildering, something really entrancing. There stood the exquisite statue of a beautiful human-like female being. With a staff in her hand, she appeared as if with an air of authority. Rihanna could tell it with her first glance itself, that it was that of a goddess. Having discovered a fallen civilization that had existed ages ago, Heel, too, could deduce that the people here must have worshipped her. And as they walked away, he couldn't help but wonder if there were more such ruins waiting to be found, that even the Sanfale's kingdom didn't keep records of. By the end of their short exploration, they managed to retrieve just a few heartstones and magic stones from the deteriorated golems. With the thick cloak of mystery covering this underground world, Varys picked up a few books to try and decipher that the no longer little shell carried. Right as they were walking back to the teleportation chamber, a sudden urge clicked inside Fulla, and turning around, she discovered a small crack in the wall. Brandishing her pickaxe, she gently knocked it against the wall as a hollow sound responded, making her certain that there was a definite open space behind it. Accompanied by the guidance of Heel's crest, they looked around to find any glowing spots to mine, but none appeared. Unwilling to let the chance slip away, Fulla proposed they just dig already. Although his crest didn't suggest anything, and concerned about her safety, Heel decided to at least secure a defensive magic around her in anticipation of the worst. Raising her pickaxe, Fulla pierced through the crumbly walls with quite an ease, and sure enough, as she had said, a small, hollow space was soon gaping back at them. Carefully, she ventured through the new passageway, but as her eyes widened at the sight of what was inside, she took off running. As Heel followed suit, the surprising sight compelled him to offer her a congratulation, because sitting atop a familiar pedestal rested 3 golden change stones that Fulla had been seeking all along. On the daily, even before the lazy Apollo appeared past the horizon, Fulla had always been the first one to awake among all the islanders. Carefully climbing past the snoring Rihanna, she'd make her way down the bunk beds and gear up as meek as a mouse. Making her way to the underground caverns, she'd greet Golem number 15, one of the many lot who stood guard over the miners to prevent accidents. Needless to say, no one on the island was more excited about mining than Fulla. Being the first one to enter and the last one to leave the caves earned her the respect from all, to the point where Heel was really worried about how engrossed she was. However, Fulla was in search of something she wanted desperately, against all odds. Back to the present, where they sat around a round table under the Yggdrasil on the surface, Heel and Rihanna explained to the others everything about the Change Stones and the mythical powers they possessed. Kamyu and the Kobold twins were baffled learning that Rihanna used to be just a regular goblin, while the former found it the most difficult to digest the fact that the Rihanna he knew was a Beldon princess, and not actually an elven princess who had eloped with Heel from the mainland. The pair who were about to gulp their drinks spouted it back into the cups, hearing the sudden detour, and stuttered to clarify otherwise, while Kamyu obviously knew everything. As a crimson shade creeped into Heel's face, he returned to speaking about their unexpected find, and 3 of them at that. Considering all that Fulla had done to find them, one of them was bound to go to her as the most deserved one foremost. As for the second one, Heel suggested Varys to use one of them as well. Feeling undeserving himself, Varys pleaded he find someone more suitable for it. But every time that Heel glanced at his crest of the Sorcerer King, he couldn't help but lament the fact that he was a goblin, who were innately incapable of using magic. Surprised graces Kamyu's ears yet again, because amongst all the sorcery-type crests, the Sorcerer King was the greatest unchallenged one. Elvan couldn't help but voice himself as well, and coyly mentioned that considering how Varys was nearing his age as a goblin, transforming into a new body would grant him some more time. Rihanna and Fula were immediately troubled at the thought of losing their kind shaman, but assuring them with a small cough, Varys clarifies that he wasn't as old as they were thinking. However, the forgotten dream of his childhood to someday use magic was now knocking at his door, and plenty persuaded, Varys finally agreed to evolve using the Change Stone. With one more Change Stone remaining, there was a lack of volunteers among Elvan, Shell, Riel, or Terran, while the Kobold twins already possessed crests that they could use even without an evolution. Varys recalled having seen Mr. Camus's crest back when they were in the baths, and at his query about it, Camus slowly took off the glove on his left hand and revealed a strange beast-like crest that Heel didn't recognize, but Varys did. The crest of the sea dragon was a potent crest that could control water, and because only aquatic monsters like mermen could use it, similar to Varys' case, Camus couldn't use it as an orc either. However, unlike the goblins, Camus didn't insist on becoming capable of using it, just like Elvan mentioned. While it would indeed be a powerful ace up his sleeve as a pirate, Camus couldn't care less. He was absolutely in denial of having those slimy scales like the aquatic monsters that would bring shame to his beautiful body, and unwilling to force him to. Heel decided to just save the final Change Stone. Finally, with nothing to hold them back any longer, they gathered at a clearing around Fula. Plenty nervous, she couldn't help but seek help from the only one with any experience about what she was ought to do. And cheering her on with positivity, Rihanna suggests she pictures what she wanted to become and make a really strong wish upon the Change Stone that she cradled in her hands. Closing her eyes, Fula called upon her heart's deepest desire, be it when the killer birds had attacked, or the time when she had mistakenly hurried into the golem chambers. Fula couldn't help but feel pity for herself for always putting others in trouble. Seeing other people off to dangerous situations and sitting back just because she was small and frail had always been her deepest regret. And now that she had a chance to end it all today, she wanted to evolve into someone worthy of being the daughter of the great warrior Elvan. As the surging wave of power and light subsided, the onlookers were left gaping at how miraculously Fula had evolved. And turning around with his hands securing Mappa's eyes, Heel requested Rihanna to first clothe the evolved Fule. The evolved girl stood exclaiming at her heightened line of sight, because with her heart's desires influencing the process, the little Fula had grown considerably taller and beautiful. Rihanna gently secured a piece of cloth around her naked frame from behind, and as Shell expanded to form a tall mirror before her, the sight of her own reflection spiked a wave of disbelief and joy. Elated and overjoyed at her evolution, she leaped to draw Rihanna into a celebratory hug. Elvan still couldn't piece how she had grown any stronger, because even if she has grown taller, she was still frail and spindly. Fully didn't bother because to her, strength was magic, and at her request full of concern, Heel focuses his magic into his pupils to assure her that magic energy was indeed flowing through and around her, making it possible for her to learn its use now. Panning her eyes across her new self, Fula squealed at how unlike the princess. Her goblin skin had remained the same after the evolution, but considering how both of them had wished for the same thing, she wondered why Rihanna had such a humane appearance. Flustered, Rihanna stutters, unable to reveal her actual wish about staying beside Mr. Heel. With the second Change Stone in hand, Varys prepared himself for evolving into the unknown, and as the familiar light washed over him, the result was quite intriguing, to say the least. Unlike the others, nothing seemed to have happened to Varys at first glance. Varys was equally as confused as them all initially, but as he felt a strange sensation welling within, his inseparable cane fell out of his hands. He rejoiced as the pain in his back disappeared after tormenting him for ages, and although the answer was quite dubious, when Heel inquires about his Sorcerer King's crest, Varys unclenches his right hand that was now glowing with a massive burst of magical degree, the crest resting at the center of his palm. Able to see it all alongside Heel with her magic, Rihanna could only gasp in surprise. But before they could celebrate the uncertain, Varys announced his decision to test it out, even if it would be the most basic of spells. Varys could tell that his overpowered crest already knew the spells, being the cream of the crop. At his request, the others exercised caution and distanced themselves, and finally, aloof with his crest, Varys called upon the menial spell of fire. A massive outburst of flames overwhelmed the peaceful surroundings in an instant, its emanating heat so darn powerful that the others had no choice but to distance themselves even further. Apologizing for the inconvenience, Varys extinguished the tiny experiment sourced from his palm. But as soon as the huge tongues of flames disappeared, a new Varys came into their view. Far exceeding his fragile old body in terms of size and stature, a regal Varys in royal robes worthy of the Sorcerer King stood exclaiming at his poor control over the spell. The jaws dropped and eyes widened in disbelief at the blasphemy they bore witness to. Because despite their familiar past, there was no way for them to accept this handsome hunk as their wrinkly old Varys who could barely walk. With a pair of horns growing from his forehead, Varys solemnly exclaimed at the emotional moment when he has finally used his crest for the very first time. While his magic was indeed surprising, Heel blurted to clarify that his appearance was far more concerning. Plenty curious and confused, Varys turned to peek into the elongating shell. But as he did, his own soul left his body for good. He was so taken aback by the shock that he plopped unconscious against the ground, reverting back to his original appearance. Later, when Heel visited Varys in his room, he explained to the shaman that the crest of the Sorcerer King changed its owner's body into one that was the most efficient in using magic energy. While it was all that he could remember about one of his brothers, who also possessed the same crest, no one in the kingdom ever showed him their real abilities, so he was quite clueless himself. However, Varys was undeterred. His excitement to study the crest only grew, and considering his diligence, Heel didn't have even a sliver of doubt that Varys would indeed become a great sorcerer very soon. As he was walking out of the shaman's room, a shrill voice called out to him, and turning around, he discovered the grown-up Fula winking at him in her new outfit, with one of Taryn's tiny tots following behind. At Heel's praise, she revealed that Rhianna had weaved it using Taryn's webs, and with a new mithril axe in her hands. The evolved Fule's mining skills only compounded further. Heel allowed her to use all the magic crystals she'd find to increase her own magic power. And even if they were discovering more crystals at a decreasing rate, Heel and Rhianna were already strong enough, and Varys' crest itself was extremely powerful on its own. As such, their only priority for the magic crystals was Fule. But once again, there was no point in increasing her magic power if she couldn't even use it in the first place. So although gradually, Heel began tutoring Fule, Rhianna, and even Varys in the magical theories using words and diagrams. Of the three, when he found his newest student overwhelmed by the lessons, his worries were only for naught, because her excitement to absorb more was unchallenged. Her struggles in the magic world weren't just theoretical. When it came to enacting spells, casting, or memorizing them, Fule's intuition was commendable. While the others stood watching at the public bath, she cast a massive freeze spell, the resulting frigid breeze so strong that it propelled her own hands backwards, while the others watched her growth with smiles. Her first success in the magical world made her bound with joy, and although her intuition was good, her aim was most definitely not. Heel cast a small recovery spell to defreeze the poor Mappa, while Fulla bounded away. He couldn't help but praise how much she looked up to Elven's great strength that had brought her this power now. However, the proud general timidly explained that it wasn't quite the case. He asks if Heel knew about shogi, the chess-like game that the children often played. He recounted that when Fulla was little, she used to make him play it with her, but not because she liked the brainy game a bit. As Varys had later revealed it to Elven, Fulla had once lost so badly against their Princess Rhianna at the game that she cried out of frustration. Exactly as Heel understood, Fulla's reason of evolution wasn't her desire for strength, but her simple competitiveness as a good friend. While it was embarrassing to say the least, once Rhianna had become capable of using magic, Fule had desired the same. Staring at the pair chuckling and giggling at their progress now, Heel could only exclaim with a smile. In the meanwhile, the work of the harbor was progressing in great speed and time. Carefully, the orcs supervised the golems, who pulled their ship inshore and docked it for repair. Cogwheels and valves churned as the ship made it past a small, movable wall inside the water that moved up once the ship was inshore and cut the section off from the sea, hence securing it from floating away. Once docked, they prioritized repairing the damaged area in full swing because the Corvus tribe pirates' families had stayed behind on the mainland, and they wanted to go back as soon as possible. Heel requested Kamyu to not fret about the incomplete harbor and return as soon as their ship is repaired. While amidst his grateful wishes, Kamyu suggested him to think about a few commodities that Heel wanted to trade for and with. Jade and a few other orcs requested him to leave the commerce to them, for as experienced tradesmen of the sea, they'd build him a nice stock in no time. Heel could see it on their faces that these people of the sea were excited to set sail, and with the fortunate day coming closer, he was excited for their tradings as well. He debated with himself if they could also chip in a few products from the Yggdrasil alongside the obvious gems they have mined from the reef, and discuss with the others about what they were ought to prioritize on their wish list of purchase. While all this peace stirred on the shore above, something slimy and sinister stirred underneath, often surfacing with its black scales, closely resembling the leviathans. Heavy logs from the Yggdrasil were heaved away into piles by the shore, as the Corvus orcs assembled the lumber required to repair their ship, excited to return to the call of the sea. As they toiled beside the open waters, something ominous writhed underneath, sneakily crawling up behind them. Its fragile fins surfaced with its black hump, before the water erupted and its body arose, much to the orc's sheer terror. With a sinister smile spreading across its maw full of jagged teeth, the serpent hissed at the orcs as if they were petty prey. As screams of panic follow, the commotion made its way across to Heel, who frantically turned to discover the looming figure of the huge serpent towering over the orcs. Baffled and horrified, he hurried toward them as the sneaky beast wreaked havoc with its tail and had cornered Jade against the rubble. Before it could lunge in for the kill, Kamyu crashed into its side with a terrifying kick, throwing it back into the water with a broken neck. He couldn't help but praise the twat for daring to attack the shore protected by the Corvus tribe. Glancing over his shoulders, he spotted his men crashed against the rubble, but they didn't move. Startled, he demanded them to hurriedly prepare their counterattack as the serpent rose again. But it wasn't that they didn't move, they simply could not. The terrifying resemblance this creature bore to the Leviathan had petrified them, reminding them of the deaths of their brothers on that stormy day of the past. They started freaking out and hurriedly backed away in fear as Kamyu's gaze lingered for a while more. As the serpent struggled to rise, its neck brutally thawed. Kamyu demanded his men to look again, confused about how they could even think of this pitiful creature to be a leviathan. Jade closes his eyes in terror as the creature rushes in, but in a blurry instant, Kamyu lashes another powerful punch at its lower jaw to force it away. Mappa appears behind him, waving his hand with a strange orichalcum staff clasped within. As Kamyu took notice, Mappa hurled the staff towards him, and when the orc captain grabbed it, a short hilt snugly fit into his hands. The restless creature's jaws snapped shut as it charges to swallow him whole. But with a fluid swing at its neck, Kamyu rushes past it. The orichalcum staff Mappa had brought him was actually a saber, its thin blade so sharp that the beast was decapitated in just one skillful swing. Kamyu couldn't help but praise the craftsmanship as the blade glitters in his grasp. When Heel reaches him curious about the sneaky assailant, Kamyu hurriedly pleads him to back off from the limp corpse of the beast he slew. And as he watched in disbelief, the decapitated body of the creature struggled again. Heel stood bewildered at how the headless creature was still alive. But as Kamyu denies his conclusion about him having killed it, several other serpents tear through the waves as if in answer. Kamyu discloses that the multiple serpentine heads were part of one single creature, known as the evil Moray. With one missing head, the strange beast had the head of a demi-gorgon at the center, and 4 more eel-like heads elongating outwards, which were actually its arms. Kamyu had but solely cut off the tip of one of its arms, and unless they dealt with the main body, the arms would simply keep regenerating to their doom. Hisses echo as the arms close in on them again. But in the blink of a magical eye, a fireball slams straight into one of the lot. Kamyu and Heel are greeted by surprise as they look over their shoulders, because his precious student Fule had come to their aid. Despite being brutally scorched away, the arm simply grew back to its former glory, freaking out the one responsible a little too much. She jumped, evaded, and sprinted away as that same arm snapped at her for payback, before being smoted by yet another blast, this time from Heel. Fule hurries away to safety between the others, concerned about the relentless regenerations. Things were unfortunately up for the worst, because they couldn't use any of the powerful spells to crush its main body without damaging the harbor. However, with Fule distracting the beast and pulling it inland, Varys had the chance to sneak behind it on a small boat rowed by a fellow goblin. Varys called upon his newfound magical powers, and his crest of the Sorcerer King responds with a subtle glow. His regal look returns with the massive magic energy inside, and calling upon the very sea itself, he formulated countless arms of water. The strands rushed towards the beast, coiling around the arms and restraining them as the others watched. With all the troublesome arms bound, a single tendril of seawater forced its way into the main body's mouth. The shaman screams to Heel about the opening he has made by deep-throating the evil moray and calling upon Fule to join him with her magic. The pair concentrate the lightning spells with a tendril of water deep-throating the beast. With the millions of volts of electricity coursing with the salty seawater, Poseidon and Zeus unite for once to blow up the evil moray and send it straight to Hades. They whip up magic shields to stop the exploded bits from coming their way, and then rush to welcome Varys, who rows inshore. Heel praises the two for having planned the two-way attack that quickly, while the other islanders flock the towering fort-like dock behind them, led by Elvan, who glances down at his changed daughter with a newfound pride. But despite having subdued the new trouble in no time, another one arose soon after. While most of them were celebrating, another group gathered in great sadness. With their voices thick with shame and disappointment, the orcs apologized to their captain, who finally realized that despite having defeated the Leviathan, his tribe had been scarred permanently. As the blunderful evening came to pass, they gathered at the small outcrop overlooking the shore. Kamyu was disappointed in himself for not having a proper insight into the mental state of his crew as their leader, because it was common knowledge that there wasn't just one Leviathan. Naturally, at the very least, there was bound to be a mate of the one they had taken down. And even if they were legendary beasts who didn't just show up on one's doorstep every day, the orcs were simply too traumatized to face it again. Elven could tell that because the orcs were so skilled and experienced, when this fear was induced, its effect was far worse. Varys requests Kamyu to recruit a few goblins as his crew instead, but he denies because foremost, they could not sail the barely patched up ship. And secondly, if Corvus people did not sail, their pride would be lost. It was a cold, harsh piece of fact that the others couldn't refute. But willing to at least try and solve what they can of the two problems, Rhianna proposes enforcing the ship. Heel beams at the sound of it, eager to strengthen the hull with metal armor of sorts. However, Kamyu cut him off soon enough, because not only would it be difficult to shape the metal in individual curves on its own, it would also weigh the ship down. Fule's suggestion to use the extremely light orichalcum instead was further denied by Varys, because their stored orichalcum ores were dwindling down. And its source, the golems, were rarely discovered now. However, when all doors shut close, one's certain someone always managed to forge his way out. Mappa hurriedly began sketching the brewing ideas in his mind on the ground using a stick, and although terribly confused initially, as the drawing was completed, they slowly realized what the picture was. Mappa had traced the figure of two leviathans, each going for the other's throat. One of the lot had quite a goofy look to itself, with odd eyes and broken teeth as it gnawed at the seemingly real leviathan's neck. While the drawing was recognizable, the actual plan beneath was only discerned by Varys' keen eyes. Several flights of stairs descended down a hole, the same crevasse that the Leviathan had fallen through, and was turned into their second freezer for the serpentine meat. Having learned from his previous mistake, Heel ventured to the freezer at the bottom, clad in several layers of warmth. Despite having killed the mythical beast themselves, the sight of the frozen giant made it incredibly difficult to believe that they had actually defeated it. Volleys of magical explosion, terrifying blows, missiles from the orc cannons, the scales had endured a lot more than simple attacks. Calling upon his trusty aid once again, Heel furnishes his folded mithril pickaxe, which flexes open as he concentrates his power at its shining tip, his crest glowing in sync. To harvest those same scales, he tears them open once again as Little Shell stood watching. The Leviathan's scales were incredibly lighter, making its movements nimble despite its massive size. To process this divine thing was yet another different ordeal, and to deal with that, our dear Mappa started creating equally durable drills and tools from mithril. However, because of how scarce it was, the mithril arrowheads created for the expo were melted and reacquired. To enforce the exterior, a stronger base structure on the insides was equally important. So with their minds and experiences combined, Mappa and Kamyu started reworking entire ship from scratch. The entire procedure was divided into steps, beginning from Heel harvesting the tough scales without damaging them, handing them over to the forge for processing them into the required shapes and sizes, and finally assembling them with a new base built using the Yggdrasil's lumber. Instead of simply using the old Corvus ship, a new frame was built using orichalcum, with new boards and masts sourced from the divine tree alongside its exterior armor strengthened with the Leviathan scales. All in all, the ship was the islanders' masterpiece, completely made off of materials from the Sheol Reef itself. However, the most significant half of their troubles still remained: the grief-stricken orcs. As the following dusk came to pass, Kamyu knelt before a few mounds, atop an outcrop overlooking the receding tide. Accompanied by Shell, Heel nimbly walked up to him, requesting him to accompany him for dinner, while the orc captain promised to come soon. The mounds of the lost orcs that had washed up their shore, graced with the Corvus emblems, shimmer under the setting sun, as Heel apologizes for the odd burial, fearing it might not be in accordance with their customs. With a hint of pride and nostalgia in his voice, he recounted to Heel that a distant century ago existed a certain someone who had united the devastated orcs and took them to the sea for the very first time to earn them the reputation of pirates. The name of that certain someone had been Kamyu. Within his single generation, the orc hero Kamyu had built a naval army capable of overthrowing entire nations, and ever since the namesake of Kamyu had been passed down as a prided inheritance to the successors. Unfortunately for the current Kamyu, his name had graced him alongside the disgrace of traitors and hopelessness. However, he had never wavered to grow strong, far stronger than his yesterday. Strong enough to bear the name Kamyu with pride, and never tainted by being weak. Goblins united to work the port's shafts and wheels that finally lowered the water gate. While the Avengers did not, the golems assembled to escort the new ship through the rushing waters. Despite having watched the ship being built from nothing, all of the onlookers were equally awestruck at its majestic sight. Bobbing in sync with the waves carrying it, the majestic ship glided its way into the shallow waters, its enforced hull gleaming with the red Leviathan scales. This fortified creation would be an unchallenged ruler of the untamed seas. But it didn't solve everything. None of it would even matter if the nervous orcs could not command it. And as if in response, Kamyu took the lead at the helm of the ship. All the Corvus orcs had boarded it, eager to row at his command. And even with a few beads of sweat marking their foreheads, Kamyu had no choice but to believe in his nervous men and his own ability to lead them. As Jay took the helm in his hands, he closed his eyes as his last prayers and raised his right hand in a disciplined signal. Although distant, Heel took notice from the shore below, before screaming for his latest creation, the golem number 16, to heed his command. All the other islanders fell into a confusing silence as they heeded his odd words. And responding to his summons, a spiky being swam closer to the ship from the depths. The scout at the crow's nest was startled when the water before them exploded and hurried to alarm his brethren about the threat. Their eyes widened in dismay as they witnessed the emerging figure, because equipped with familiar yet dangerous spikes on its back, arose something that was nothing short of a terrifying beast, because it was another Leviathan. Jade desperately turned the helm, trying to evade crashing into the monster. Its maws opened wide as destructive flames boiled within and escaped to barely miss their ship, throwing them into the state of pure chaos. The familiar attack patterns reinstilled the fear of the Leviathan that had seemingly cursed them from ever venturing to the sea again. Kamyu took command as he foremost demanded them to calm down and then stay composed enough to get a good look at their foe. Jade and the others slowly turned their necks, expecting the terrifying ragged teeth that had swallowed their brothers and torn their ships apart. But the thing they were looking at was made out of rocks? It was equally as shocking for the islanders as well, because regardless of the shape and size, Heel's decision to attack the ship using it was far mysterious. Apologetically, he pleaded them to refrain from interfering for the time being, because with the golem Leviathan at his command, they were undergoing a mock battle for the orcs. Regardless of it being a fake, the orcs felt the same despair, and even if Kamyu understood their fear, he refused to submit to it. Willing to challenge the fierce waves once again, he furnishes the third and final change stone from within his cloak. As the orcs recognized the stone and recalled their captain's unwillingness to use it, Kamyu took off towards the guardrail of the ship, bidding farewell to his perfect body. With the stone clutched tight, he descended, announcing the rebirth of the new Kamyu, who would bring glory to the Corvus tribe. And as he hit the water with a fierce explosion, the glowing stone worked its charm. Everyone watched in equal surprise as the waves started welling from where Kamyu had dived, and with a sudden burst of magical energy swirling around him, emerged the reborn captain at its center. Fish-like scales now graced his body, improvised in a manner that would grant him the command of the water around him, because now his crest of the sea dragon had been awakened. Kamyu glanced at his crest, glowing for the very first time in his life. With new powers coursing through his evolved body, a grin of confidence spread across his face. The waves were literally torn apart as he swam towards the golem, and following Heel's command, the dummy Leviathan spouted volleys of explosives in response. The sea dragon wove through them with dumbfounding agility. His men watched in awe as Kamyu was as if flying atop his new domain. But as one of the blasts came his way head-on, he escaped underwater, for he was no longer pressed for air. His crest made it possible for him to control the flow of water around him, giving him any desired agility and speed. Raring to respond to the 16th one in kind, he brandished his orichalcum saber and scored its entire length with numerous deep cuts. Had it been the actual thing, his attacks might have at least pained it, but having been made out of rocks, its durability was far greater. Kamyu wasn't intimidated a single bit, but when he failed to notice its tail creeping up below him, the direct hit sent him flying straight out of the water. Jade and the others watched in dismay as their boss was sent their way, while Rihanna called for Mr. Heel to stop the golem amidst Riel's frantic yaps. But Heel could not. It was a nigh gruesome sight to witness, as Kamyu barely evaded the golem each time. And sure enough, Jade's grip at the guardrail tightened, his teeth gritted. With a final decisive blow, Kamyu had been forced to a standstill, and the beast loomed over him, ready to snap him to nothing. Before it could, the Corvus tribe were forcing their way toward the beast, and with their cannons and X-bows loaded, they fired as the foe took notice. As the barrage of attacks distracted the 16th, they rode their way between the two, giving their captain enough time to recuperate. Exclaiming at his crew's returning fervor to fight back, Kamyu escaped underwater yet again and called upon his better half, the sea dragon. As the dragon took control, The current started rotating around the beast's form, and in the blink of a stone eye, a vortex took form around the 16th. A massive water tornado had soon swallowed the entire thing and raised it out of its own element, and as it stood immobilized, his nemesis pounced through the whirling waves. Apologizing and promising a future repair, Kamyu chanted a spell to call upon Poseidon's aid to help him drill the big rock. Tendrils of water coiled around his saber, forming a trident worthy for the Lord of the Sea. As Kamyu descended, a palpable shockwave could be seen descending and exploding the golem into bits and pieces. Smiles graced the faces of each and every spectator as Kamyu emerged victorious, and the lost pride of the orcs was restored. As the aftermath set in, the 15 brothers gathered to tow away the remains of their youngest for repair, while the Leviathan-ized ship docked safely at the port. Followed by his crew, the evolved Kamyu stood before Heel with a smile of gratitude. As the Cave King voices his praise for the incredible display, Kamyu humbly devoted it to his men. Having been ignorant and distrustful of not only his own strength, but also that of his crew, Kamyu first sincerely apologized to his tribe for letting them down, and then, with a growl of confidence, asked if they would challenge the seas with him. Jade and the lot were raring to set sail under his lead once again, and unable to help himself, Elven gave him a friendly nudge from behind, teasing him about his no longer perfect body. However, Kamyu eagerly threw the last bit of clothing away and flexed his new, splendidly handsome, shining body, which had awakened into a new stage of beauty. With an assuring wink at his mi amour, Kamyu declares that with the best ship and crew, their voyage would be a definite success. And eager to set off for his first trades, Heel took off. The following days unfurled into a chain of events, including Kamyu and his crew, fine-tuning their new ship, Heel and the lot gathering the tradables. Finally, on the day before the great departure, another unprecedented banquet was held over the seemingly endless Leviathan meat. The lazy crescent of an Artemis witnessed the mirth below. And as the farewell party dissolved, the curious Heel, Rihanna, Little Riel, and Shell boarded the ship to explore it before it set sail. Witnessing his eagerness to, Rihanna inquisitively asked if he really fancied ships, and although hesitant and unsure himself, he solemnly discloses that he had always been fascinated by the idea of exploring and connecting to the unreachable places parted by the waters. Rihanna frantically inquires if he was planning to sail away someday, and apologizing for the misunderstanding, Heel clarifies that having been trapped in the royal palace for so many years, such freedom was his only longing. But now, living with everyone at Sheol at their home, that was his everything. Rihanna is flooded with relief hearing this, but noticing a certain something from the corner of his eye, Little Riel yaps to draw their attention towards it. Kamyu, who had been hiding in the crow's nest above them and eavesdropping on them, apologizes from above and descends, accepting his defeat at his impossible attempt at fooling Riel's clairvoyance. As he apologizes for having disturbed their sweet time together, the flustered couple blurted apologies for sneaking in without his permission, but Kamyu would always forgive Heel, the only human he would approve of. Abruptly, his tone grows rather somber as he discloses his intentions to discuss something with him. From the seriousness in his tone alone, Heel could guess that it was something significant. And as Kamyu states that it was about his homeland, all emotions from his face fade away. The name alone reinstilled the fears Heel had buried away deep in his heart. For what Kamyu was about to speak about was the Sanfale's kingdom. The ominous name sent ripples of terror throughout the sleeping island. A terror so cold that even Kamyu fell silent when Heel sought to confirm his own words. Eventually, he discloses that while Claude and his faction already had the motive to betray them, being hired by the Sanfale's royalty gave them the final incentive to do so. As if a sudden gust of wind, this news immediately disrupted their sanity, because recalling how much his family despised monsters, such a unison would be impossible. But apologizing for having been silent about this till now, Kamyu recounts that back when they were tailing Claude's faction, and they had been trounced by the divine serpent, they had managed to save just a single survivor of the lot. who had confessed this on his last breath. Following his confession, Claude and the orcs had been hired to suppress all the other powerful monster tribes bordering the kingdom, in exchange of vast rewards and the support of the Sanfali's kingdom, of which the latter was most certainly a lie. Because Claude had stepped in to cut off Kaimyu, the royal family's original motive to hire him had been nabbed, one by one, as these revelations unfurled into a chain of events that fit in perfectly. Heel could barely fathom that his father would even allow such an ordeal. But pleading him patiently, Kaimyu requested him to think it over calmly. As history had bore witness, the kingdom of Sanfali's had expanded to its current unchallenged glory only under Heel's father, Rui's rule. And as such, hiring the Corvus tribe would be the easiest way to increase their influence further. At another concerning note, when Heel confirms that he was expelled from his kingdom, Kaimyu advises him to carefully rethink if it was true. An uninhabited land like the Sheol Reef, his crest of the Cave King that presumably no one knew about, his priceless discoveries of the gems, diamonds, resources, and even his power to find them easily using his crest. Didn't all the pieces of the puzzle fit in a little too easily? The thought that his father already knew about his crest and even went as far as exiling him to the reef purposefully did not bode well with Heel initially. But, as it registered with time, he realized that it was most definitely strange to say the least. Even if it was just a hunch on Kaimyu's behalf, he debated something else as well. What if the Sheol Reef is something that the king didn't want unearthed and buried alongside Heel, the only key to that treasure? Exactly as Rihanna deduced, the most plausible answers would be the underground ruins. Kaimyu affirms, confirming his own deductions, that the king might be either trying to hide the ruins alongside Heel or trying to get his own hands on it after Heel had accessed it. Initially, Kaimyu had suspected that Heel was in cahoots with the king and simply acting all dumb and nice with them. But as time passed on the Sheol Reef, he realized that his suspicions and doubts had been for naught. Placing an assuring hand on his shoulder, Kaimyu gently reminded him of that fact, that even if he had been exiled, he was still a prince of the Sanfali's kingdom, and the Sheol Reef still a territory of his kingdom. Eventually, a day would come when he might have to face his own country, and for that, Heel must steel himself. Even if Kaimyu had broken it to him gently, it was a harsh reminder of his haunting origins that he dare not forget about. While his face reflected resolve, Rihanna felt a strange wave of discomfort alongside little Riel, who whined softly. As dawn broke the next day, the Corvus tribe departed in their venture, towing the hopes of the islanders in their regards. Accompanied by number 16 to ensure their safety, they had departed with plans of reuniting with their families, who had stayed behind, if not worse. Prior to their leave, Heel disclosed his entire conversation with Kaimyu to the others, and sincerely apologized for their losses because the attacks had been orchestrated by his own family. Elvan slams the table, pleading him to not blame himself for it, and instead discuss the alarming threat with them. The strategist Varys could already recognize that any contact from the kingdom would be troublesome, and while they could indeed send them flying just as Elvan the Brute suggested, it would also ignite a war they could never win. At another terrifying thought, Heel dreaded the possibility of having dragged the others into this mess. But with an assuring grin wide across his face, Elvan suggested him to think against sending them away again, because now Sheol was their home as well. Seeing this family's trust in him, Heel couldn't imagine failing anymore. Unwilling to lose everything by being timid, he requests their help against the impending doom, and equally as gladly, Rihanna and the lot agreed. Counting upon his wisdom, Varys deduced that accessing the island's resources could have been one of the many reasons for the kingdom to send Heel here. If this reef could bring them the treasures and riches they had discovered, it would indeed make Heel's claim over this territory legitimate. But it wouldn't stop them to forcing their way here to claim it all for themselves. As Ashton realized, Varys' actual implication was for them to grow strong enough to negotiate with the Sanfali's kingdom. For those alike Fula who didn't understand it yet, it was time for them to develop their island even more. Growing capable of negotiating would be their only chance at finding the kingdom's true motives. And as for how, Kaimyu and Rihanna had already denoted their solution. Their only hopes were locked away within the ancient civilization lying underground. The shaman was still lamenting their lack of knowledge and means to decipher the books, leaving behind the only remaining way for them to know more. Trial and error it was, with countless pickaxes and claws ready to dine, assembled limbs, foot, and paws, all ready to mine. Under Heel's watchful eye, the kobold twins, slimes, cave spiders, Fule, and even little Riel gathered under the grand name of the Sheol Ruins Excavation Team. While it was just the usual group that mined on the regular, it was their wholehearted motivation that mattered. Before the Sheol exploration team set off, Rihanna handed Heel their lunches for the day. With plans of excavating every nook and cranny of the ruins, the Cedric Diggories depart to unearth and secure whatever mystery his father was after. An obvious concern rose about how they ought to begin this investigation of theirs, and the only solution at their disposal was to carefully excavate around the ruins that have already been unearthed, to look for passageways that might have once connected all the ruins they have discovered till now. For the entire following week, they'd carefully chip away at the ground near the teleportation chamber, while keeping a keen eye out for any magical reactions from the chamber, or any other visions from the clairvoyant little Riel. Unfortunately, even by the end of the week, they discovered nothing significant in the area between the chamber of teleportation and the ruins. As Ashton recognized from the dampness in the air around them, they had almost dug their way to the ancient library all the way from the teleportation chamber. But, be it the chamber where they had discovered the golems, or the change stones, or even the giant mithril golem, all the chambers were so darn far and unconnected, it was either that they were never connected to begin with, or that they had individual teleportation devices, which were now lost. Back to square one. Devising another plan is quite an ordeal, and with dusk dawning on them, it was time they returned, and postponed the thinking for tomorrow. Afraid of getting an earful from Rihanna, they decided to make haste. But before they could, little Riel was nowhere to be seen. A wave of panic came over them as they desperately looked into the freshly unearthed corners, and looking past a small, secluded section, Heel found the tiny tot frantically scratching at one particular spot. His initial relief turned for the worse as he took a closer look, because Riel's tiny little paws were bleeding profusely against the soil. As he nimbly picked her up to heal her, she frantically protested, as if desperate to return to the painful predicament. Regardless of how they looked at it, it was certain that Riel just wanted to dig there, no matter what. As they distanced themselves at Fule's requests, she obliterated the area of concern with a swift blow, only to chance upon something that left them gaping in surprise while Riel took off. There lay the corpse of a sizable bird, fading away as time and age took its toll. While it was surprising how it could have possibly made its way this deep underground, when Heel stooped to pick little Riel back up, there came the third surprise, a frail yet fossilized egg that had somehow survived being crushed away. It was understandable now that Riel must have been frantic to reach it. But when Heel suggested leaving the poor fossilized thing in its place, the princess of the kobolds shook her head and yapped in protest. Struck with a dilemma, Ashton suggested that his liege might be intent on saving the little chick, and concerned that it might make Riel sad later on, Heel eventually decided to retrieve it. Rihanna's creativity and intelligence came to their rescue as she worked on some leather to formulate a small hatch for the egg and secured it to little Riel's back. With her precious find secured close to her, it was undoubtedly cute, but also concerning if it was heavy enough to hinder her movements. But, with a quick sprint across the room, little Riel proved that their worries were for naught. The tiny tot was so engrossed with the egg that she would never leave its side and would even go as far as sleeping next to it. Her love and care for it was overwhelming, that Heel felt as if even the petrified little thing might hatch its way out. He tucked himself in for the night, in denial of such a possibility, for the poor little thing was long fossilized. But, unbeknownst to him, the huddled egg was shining behind his back in the dark of the night. One of the following days in the mines brought alongside it the faint gurgling of water. The chances of another hot spring were bleak, because unlike the name suggested, the source of it wasn't quite hot. Following the same, Highness led them to a distant dead end, but Heel and the lot still couldn't hear or see any traces of water. Being kobolds, Highness and Ashton had naturally granted heightened senses that they could rely on. But even the twins were hesitant, because this specific source of water didn't seem quite natural to them. As far as their senses could detect, the flow of water was too consistent to be a natural one. And with little Riel's still sleeping inside Heel's bag, they decided to try their luck at digging instead of seeing through with the tiny Tot's clairvoyance. For the initial few layers, Heel relied on Highness's hearing, but as soon as he chipped away a final strata, a hollow void was unveiled. Through that exact void, even Heel could hear the flow of water now. But before he could take another step, his body came to a forced stop. Terran had spewed a fortunate string of web, and looking back, Heel noticed as the web secured him by his waist, because just ahead of him there was nowhere for him to proceed. It was just any cliff drop before them, but an endless sinkhole without an end that their eyes could spot. But most importantly, just a little farther from them, there stood a towering pipe-like structure, well plastered and framed. At the very top that kissed the ceiling, spewed 6 visible spouts of water facing them. Simply put, it was a pillar that continuously sourced all the waterways throughout the island. It was the very water source that Highness's ears had caught notice of, its consistent flow now well explained by its man-made build. Even when his eyes were enhanced by his crest, Heel could not see its end. As Ashton took a keen glance at the top, he noticed alongside Heel that there was no actual water outlet up there, but strange blue stones at its source. Heel sought Terran to retrieve one of the many gems embedded in the shaft, and spitting yet another of her steel-like strong yet sticky webs, the spider mama gracefully acquired the stone with a practiced ease. Mr. Advisor heeded Heel's call and identified it as a spring stone that created water using simple magic energy. It was a bewildering discovery by all means, because the ability to create water anywhere and any time was priceless. Considering their current situation, it was also viable to Ashton that if this was the source of water for the ancient civilization, then, following its descending route underground, they could potentially find the other ruins it branched into. All of a sudden, Highness's senses picked up another distant noise. Expecting just another spring, the others weren't as astonished this time. But this certain sound wasn't that of water. Pointing directly across them, Highness discerned it to their shock that it was the sound of the ground being dug. It was bewildering as is that there was another someone digging besides them. And when Heel optimized his eyes using magic power, he could see another faint magical energy across the wall, slowly growing bigger as it was coming closer. The quartet of miners assembled in defense, wary and prepared for the worst. The rumblings grew louder and louder, and the entire cavern around them started shaking violently as the mysterious being on the other side came through. Rocks and rubble were blasted away as they fended themselves, and as they managed their very first glance, an intimidatingly huge beast stood in the gaping hole, with cinder-like glowing eyes, an odd hump, terrifying proportions, nefarious claws, and a tail. It wasn't just any little runt of a lizard that Fulla suspected, because as Heel recognized, it was a mighty dragon that was saying, "Hello from the other side." Quite contrastingly, the giant shrieked in surprise at the sight of underground people, and while they were already bewildered at the existence of such a being, the fact that it could even speak stupefied them. However, even the likes of a dragon couldn't help but slip on the very edge of the cliff, pleading for their help as the little outcrop under it gave in and descended into a free fall. At Heel's command, Terran immediately spun a hefty chunk of her webs that clung to the giant's tail, while her multiple fang-like legs dug into the ground for support as the weight took its toll. Despite being the mightiest of the cave spiders, a dragon's weight wasn't something she could pull alone, and realizing her predicament, the others rushed in to tug at the suspended lizard. Formulating a plan in the nick of time, Heel took off running towards the exact opposite side across the shaft to get a good look at where the oversized lizard was. He then hurried his crest to process the rocks in his inventory and processed them into big, sturdy, rectangular stakes with one conical end each. The dragon shrieked as the first one pierced its conical way straight into the wall below it, and as Heel commanded their descent, similar other bricks impaled their way in a systematic manner above it. Fulla fell on her back as the conical barrage shook the cliff below them, because racking his big brain, Heel had devised them bricks for the dragon to find support and freely climb its way back up like stairs. Acting on their instincts, They had saved the dragon without even confirming if it was hostile or not. And now that they had even secured a way for it to climb its way to them, an obvious concern arose if the talking dragon would eat them up. Adjusting the proportionately huge goggles on its head, the grateful dragon hauled itself before them. With one tiny horn on its forehead and its black-scaled torso clad in a miner's vest, the seemingly harmless gentle giant was curious about who these people were and what they were doing this deep underground. While Heel debated if this dragon was the owner of these ruins, all of a sudden, a ferocious growl came from the beast. Wary yet intrigued, all the islanders gathered alike in the bushes around a clearing, at the center of which the dragon munched away on entire roasted killer birds in single mouthfuls. While Mappa sneaked little chunks of the massive leviathan steaks, and Rihanna stirred the pot of broth, Heel and the lot witnessed all the gigantic servings disappear. While breathing the fresh food, the dragon happened to forget to breathe air, and Rihanna came to his rescue with an entire barrel of water to push it down his gullet. Following Heel's lead, the visitor introduced himself as the Earth Dragon, Royden. Varys was amazed to say the least, because not only were dragons legendary beings, the name Royden was a legend among those legends. Heel couldn't help but inquire if those mysterious underground ruins belonged to Royden. But the Earth Dragon was just as confused as them. Not only was Royden new to those ruins as well, but the entire continent itself. Being an individual from the Elto continent that neither of them had ever heard about, they were terrified as he explained it to be a red-hot territory, overrun by ferocious dragons, continuous volcanic explosions, and endless hot magma. When Heel asked out, if those said dangerous dragons happened to be somewhere near them, Royden denied with a sigh and revealed that from the Elto continent, he had dug through the bottom of the ocean itself and head straight east for an entire month. Having seen individuals like them for the very first time, Royden had been scared. But having heard that he had dug his way through the bottom of the ocean itself, the Cave King was in a far greater dismay. Fulla chuckled softly at how convenient it was that they could speak, and while on his way to crack open a roasted Satan shell, Royden disclosed that while it appeared as if he were talking, he had been actually communicating with them through telepathy all along. The idea was confusing enough for them to doubt if Royden was directly reading their hearts, but affirming that they were almost correct, the dragon rectified that he was actually sensing the voice they emitted, while voicing their thoughts and getting a grasp of their words. Similarly, on the other end, Heel and the others were simultaneously translating Royden's thoughts into their words mentally. Fulla was overjoyed to try her hand at using this telepathic magic, or curious if it was simply because of Royden's crest. The Earth Dragon was clueless about the crests she spoke about, but denoted that the small horn on his forehead facilitated such communication for all of his kind. Varys could only exclaim at their strange yet ingenious method of storing magic in their horns, as ancient beings living up to their namesake. Having licked the Satan shells clean when Royden took a good look around him, even he was dumbstruck by the divine foliage and asked if it was the Yggdrasil. When Heel affirmed his guess, his eyes wandered farther and farther into the never-ending boughs and branches of the legendary tree, alongside affirming yet another rumor so vague that even Royden had assumed it to be a fairy tale. A little hesitantly, the ancient being inquired with Heel if there existed a nearby continent known as Paradise. As the rumors had it in the Elto continent, the said paradise was ought to be an eastern continent, flush with nature, where all kinds of monsters and humans lived in a peaceful conundrum. Heel was understandably amused and confused hearing about such a place, because his own monster-despising continent definitely wasn't that said paradise. Glancing at the peaceful coexistence of so many various species on the island, and the beautiful greenery enamoring it all, Royden could see the similarity it shared. While the continent Balion, that all of them had escaped from previously, held both humans and monsters, the enmity between them was too strong to be called coexisting. And besides that, they knew of no other continents. As Royden sighed at how the rumors might have been fake after all, Varys sought if the Earth Dragon was seeking a new place to move to. With another long, thoughtful sigh, Royden denied, and instead of explaining it with words alone, he decided to show it to them instead. Assuming their meeting to be a streak of fortune, Royden hauled the massive lidded basket, strapped across his back, that previously made it seem as if he had a hump. He asked the onlookers to gather around him and keep their eyes peeled, for within the basket he unlocked next were a unique collection straight from the distant Elto continent. And Royden, the traveling merchant, had some darn incredible things in store. Heel was baffled learning that such a mighty dragon was a simple merchant, but because of how poor business was back in the violent Elto, Royden had no choice but to expand somewhere new, be it the dragon vases that Rihanna fancied, red dragon knives, and hydra bugles that enticed Varys, the metal Rex hammer that entranced Mappa. Every single item was disproportionately huge and impossible to fit in the now seemingly small basket Royden carried. But seeing Heel's shock, he explained with a chuckle that it was a compression basket made from the Yojigan lizard's stomach and could compress and fit anything inside it. Every single items were made using exquisite dragon materials and were hence disproportionately huge because they had been crafted to be used by dragons after all. However, all of it paled in comparison to what Royden furnished next, because those were dragon eggs. Eggs of the fire dragons and even wyverns were in the digits, and all of them had been securely preserved with ice to keep them fresh, if in case the buyer fancied to have them boiled or roasted. It came as quite the surprise that unlike mammals, it was normal for dragons to use the bodies of other species of dragons as resources. Although a little dejected about their resolve to not eat them, Royden suggested they could warm them up and hatch them instead. Fula was immediately overjoyed by the idea of them raising a dragon, and plenty excited by the idea himself. Heel agreed to take an egg. As for the payment, Royden asked if he could get a few saplings of the divine Yggdrasil. The Elto, that was now a barren wasteland of volcanoes and magma, had once been a lush green continent full of numerous trees, including a few Yggdrasil. Rihanna immediately understood the ancient dragon's wise and noble intention to restore his home to greenery once the volcanoes grew silent. However, she was unaware of Royden's nefarious plan to make obscene profits by selling those saplings when the volcanic activity ceased. Alongside a dragon egg, they also purchased a few more weapons and items for Mappa to study. But as a complimentary bonus and thanks for the food, Royden chucked in a smaller version of the compression basket. While on his way up, he had stashed quite a lot of stones and dirt inside it. And considering Heel's need to expand their fields, all of it would be a big help. Having concluded their small yet significant exchange, Royden was certain that he had made a few good friends and regular customers. And with his basket strapped back where it belonged, he returned with a promise to visit again. Conclusively, while Kamyu had departed to make their first business, it was in his absence that an ancient dragon beat him to the punch. The small detour was a great reminder to Heel that there was an entire unknown world beyond the ocean, full of many more civilizations that neither of them knew about. And in that list, the one below them was most definitely included. As such, the Sheol exploration team made its return to the shaft, with plans of following the water routes that generated from their respective spring stones and the pillar. Considering the brutal downfall of the cliff, Heel had to rely on Terran's prided stride for his descent, while Ashton and Highness were capable enough to climb their way down on their claws. Furthermore, apologizing for the delay and thanking them for having waited this long, Rihanna appeared behind them alongside little Riel, pattering beside her, with a pickaxe holstered on her waist belt, and a new outfit made from Terran's webs. Even Rihanna had decided to join the Sheol exploration team in high spirits. Foremost, Ashton decided to confirm if their way ahead was safe, and descended with unparalleled accuracy and speed by pouncing across the walls. While in awe of his agility, it was time for the others to follow behind. As Highness took care of little Riel on his shoulder, he agreed to carry Fula as well, and Heel was left alongside Rihanna to travel on Terran's trusty back. Rihanna climbed after Heel while the spider mama stood waiting, her hands around his chest, and with the obvious closeness, the Cave King had a hard time assuring himself that it was just for safety. As a crimson hue flooded his cheeks to avoid getting distracted, Heel closed his eyes and recalled the time from the previous evening when he was preparing his tools. Drawn by the sound from the workshop at such a late hour, Rihanna had been surprised to find the sleepless Heel. Following Mappa's lessons, Rihanna could indeed see Heel's excellence as he put up his sharpened axe. But past that, she could also see his anxiety and concern about exploring the ruins. Heel's fidgety hands paused at this, as he sadly admitted that while he was indeed worried about what his father might be up to, he could say nothing about what must have been on his mind. Sad as it was, he didn't even remember ever talking to his father. Words had been surely exchanged once in a while, but those had been simple orders, and Heel had but always simply followed them. He had only ever seen his father in the royal palace, where his father's words had been absolute, and followed accordingly without argument. Just a fraction of his heart still believed for once that, having exiled him to this land, while knowingly keeping his crest a secret, his father might have been trying to keep him alive and safe from the others. But if not, it was sadly annoying. As if sensing his thoughts, Rihanna pressed herself tighter against his back, and as he sprang flustered and surprised, with a determined look, she urged him to not waver and venture forth, to uncover whatever secrets the Sheol Reef held, and his father might be after. Nodding in agreement, he finally resolved himself to turn his back on his father and the kingdom, because as the almighty Cave King, he felt as if he could face them all with his new family, and sitting atop Terran, they descended into the void. The shaft towered tall as they fluidly descended the freefall, their eyebrows scrunched hard as they tried to see for naught. Rihanna pointed ahead as Heel's eyes followed suit, close yet afar. It was a light's pursuit. The pillar ended inside a dome, cracked open by age and time. Terran nimbly made her way through, accompanied by the cheerful shell of a slime. They descent into the crescent and ended on a floor graced with marble. Their surroundings so amusing, the quartet could only marvel. The streams of water they had followed pooled at the enormous base before dividing into channels as they climbed down to follow its cadence. The outlook of the place suggested that it used to be the source reservoir, but the channels ahead weren't intact enough for them to proceed through. While he debated the whereabouts of his fellow explorers, Foulet's shrill voice and Riel's yaps echoed behind them, and with careful steps around the curved, cracked path, the men without the Chester united on the other side of the pillar. They followed her lead onto a certain passageway that had been found intact. A distant bit ahead, Heel found Ashton waiting for them at the entrance of the canal, but his brother was nowhere to be seen. As he asks inquisitively, the kobold warrior hushed him with a gesture, because as he'd discover, Highness had taken the lead and was navigating in the darkness not by his eyes, but by using his ears. Highness would tap the hilt of his blade against the walls of the tunnel and keenly listen to the consistency of the reciprocating echoes, to check if the channel might collapse. They'd watch as he proceeded halfway into the mess of a darkness and would soon return to confirm that the passage would not fall in. He suggests they exercise caution, considering how the tunnel grew more complicated the farther they went deeper. And as if on cue, Rihanna proposed leaving behind sunstones on their way inside. With proportionate excitement and fear coursing through them, they carefully walked alongside the water channels, leaving behind sunstones to keep track of directions. The architecture was uncannily similar to that of the ancient libraries, while the complexity of its design made the channels nothing short of a maze. But why was it even built? The question remained. Rihanna was inclined towards believing that it was the work of the believers of the goddess, whose statue they had discovered the other day. Ashton, on the other hand, believed that those people might still be thriving in some other distant section of land, far away from their Baleon continent. It was pretty viable that they were still living underground, and if so, they might even be the underground people that Royden had first mistaken them for. While they were passing by a certain other channel, the primary one branched into something timid and small, quickly darted into the darkness. Caught off guard by the sudden movement beside her, Fulla abruptly halted and announced the bizarre feeling of being followed creeping into her. Highness's snout recognized the faint but familiar smell right away, and upon walking into the passage, they breached the privacy of the slime government in action. The tiny tots bounded away to protect their undercover mission, and guilty of having scared them, Heel decided not to impose on them any further. Rihanna couldn't help but exclaim at the jolly company they found in the forlorn ruins. while the underground encounter reminded Heel of the time when he had first discovered Shell and Tehran, and most importantly, the handsome hunk of a nudist dwarf. His mind lingered on the possibility that if Mappa was someone of the past, he might know something about these ancient ruins. When the leading fully noticed their path ahead, coming to an abrupt end at a tiny sewer that neither of them could pass through, and a single remaining exit to the right. Curious yet wary, they decided to stay on the trail by following the sound of the water, only to discover that the passage to their right was a descending flight of stairs. The wounding stairs unwounded them at a massive empty chamber, its bricked walls laced with 6 distinct black lines of bricks embedded on either sides, alongside a torch on each of the pillars holding them up. Heel's head leaned backwards as he took in the view of the surprising conjunction, an exitway on the other side of the chamber. The chamber was empty yet full of secrets at the same time, while the sound of flowing water was constant past the exit doorframe. Without much of a forethought, the keen-eared highness led them onwards, when out of nowhere, Shell had a strange premonition, jolting it to a stop. It bounced around them impatiently, as if frantic to convey some sort of a warning. And sure enough, the sound of gears churning somewhere behind the brick walls could be heard right after. Heel's eyes darted across the room to find the gears, only to chance upon the dust dribbling from the top of the exit's doorframe. And within a matter of seconds, a metal slab descended. A wave of panic washed over them as their way ahead was shut close. But things were yet to worsen, because the one right behind them, the entrance door, was following suit. Despite their efforts at trying to reach for it, they could do nothing but watch it shut them inside. Highness clicked his tongue, well versed in the art of war, to discern that it was a defense mechanism. The door's weight and build suggested that nothing but the mithril axe had a chance at piercing through, but before Heel could even furnish it, Rihanna desperately called for him, panic evident in her voice. She shouted to draw his attention towards the emanating magic energy from the walls, and as soon as she did, the black lines that they had seen running its length started to glow. One by one, the perfectly opaque cubes slid out of their sockets, arranging and rearranging in odd patterns as they stood watching. In the blink of an eye, those tiny cubes swarmed before them, as if on guard. The cube's black shells started slipping off to unveil a white shade within, before rapidly switching entire sections as if it were transforming. The rapid change in their structure concluded as the drone-like units came to a standstill, strange yellow diamond-shaped gems now uncovered at their center. If it was a defense mechanism, defend it would, and if so, they weren't safe. The enclosed yellow gems started gaining an orange hue, as if they were charging up, before unleashing torrents of magical projectiles at them in rapid succession. Heel hurriedly conjured a shield spell to fend off the incoming bolts, and concluded that, as obvious already, these floating turrets are guarding the ruins. With no way out, he called upon the wrath of Zeus to obliterate the Death Stars, but to their pure horror, the powerful magic aimed at the drones simply disappeared. Least it be specified, the gem would absorb any and all magic power coming its way, so when Heel treated it to some high-quality one, it didn't shy away to devour it and charge itself. The charged gems were brimming a deadly crimson, and fired entire magical explosions in response. No single shield could endure the influx of 9/11 explosions, and Heel could barely even stand, having fended 7/11 of them. Fully stepped in to defend while he regained his ground, thinking that defending was their only option. However, her eyes widened in disbelief when one of the sneaky units swooped in to suck up her shield as well. She hurried backwards, realizing that they could neither attack nor defend against these impossible mechas, and having gained a significant ground on them, the Guardians closed in. Their advent was interrupted when Ashton wove through them instantaneously, his lithe movements baffling not only his own comrades, but even the mechanical nitwits. What neither of them had seen in the fraction of a second that he moved in slowly appeared across the lengths of the golems, because if magic wasn't any good, he was a firm believer in slicing his way through. The captain of the Imperial Guard of the Tiberius tribe, Gale Ashton, sat kneeling in a fence, his blade drawn across the length of his arm. The swirl-shaped crest of Gale glowed at the base of his left ankle, and with his brother Highness protecting the others, he went straight for the floating blocks. He would straight up disappear into thin air and appear to mutilate them faster than they could track him. While they would take calculated shots at his trajectory, his empowering crest wouldn't teleport him away. His movements were barely even visible, as he'd swing his blade out of nowhere, and even the clean cut was no direct one. It haphazardly found its way to bisect its targets at variable angles, his nimble movements leaving behind after images to the onlooker's awe. While they would take calculated shots at his trajectory, his empowering crest would enforce him so much it appeared as if he were teleporting. His movements were barely even visible as he'd swing his blade out of nowhere, and even if the clean cut appeared to be a direct one, it certainly wasn't. It haphazardly found its way to bisect its targets at variable angles, his nimble movements leaving behind after images to the onlooker's awe. Out of nowhere, the golems abruptly changed tracks, and instead of attacking the magical ones up front, decided to group up on the Imperial captain. Alarmed at the growing danger, Heel pleaded Highness to leave their side and help Ashton instead, but the twin kobold assured him in turn, certain that his brother was more than enough, as he tapped a certain gauntlet on his left arm. Things took a turn when Ashton noticed the drones attacking each other, as if on purpose. The destructive rays traveled from one to another as he kept a keen eye, progressively compounding its power as each of them added to it. Eventually, one of the units launched a sudden hit that finally made contact, and was heavy enough to force Ashton to a stop. The fiery bolt had grazed his left shoulder, but alongside it, his ego. Not only were the inanimate golems trying to outnumber him, but utilizing their ability to absorb magic and shoot it in perfect coordination. However, if all that they sought was coordination, two could play the game. From the gauntlet that Highness had tapped previously, unhinged an entire multi-target crossbow, aiming which he sniped down the drones closest to his brother. Each of them exploded as the arrows pierced their cores, and furnishing more of them from the quilt fastened at his right thigh, he'd scornfully shoot down squads after squads, because when it came to coordination, the twins had been at it before they were even born. With his proximity cleared, Ashton wasted no time on his behalf, and in a fierce whirlwind of blade and claws, annihilated the entire horde of buzzing drones. Within a matter of minutes, the levitating golems lay wasted, and the explorers flabbergasted. The one responsible reported by Heel's side, appearing soundlessly as if a specter. Ashton's presence caught them off guard, and besides his damaged shoulder, they were all safe and sound. They made their way to the carcasses of the golems, to confirm the presence of heartstones amidst the mess, affirming that they were dolls. To learn more about the components within, Heel acquired them inside his inventory, and Mr. Advisor took action. The name of the magic-absorbing crystal popped up first, which in accordance with its name would absorb and release magic, and the more magic energy it absorbed, the redder it would glow. It was followed by the floating stone next, which explained how the thing would levitate, and finally, the pitch-dark black iron, which was quite frail when compared to actual iron, but possessed a far greater heat resistance. While Rihanna and Foulet toyed around with a floating stone, Heel understood that the black iron was helping the thing endure the heat produced when absorbing magic energy. Ashton was certain that if there were guardians here, there must also exist something worth being guarded within. With all of them exhausted physically and magically, Heel decided it'd be best if they made a quick retreat to the surface above. With the entrance still closed, the slab closing the exitway slowly started to rumble on its way up. But before they could move towards it, something was approaching them instead, and Highness immediately alarmed them. Hooves clopped slowly against the tiled floor, the veil of darkness hiding it partially as it came through, and once in the torchlit chamber, a centaur golem stood awaiting them. The silence in the room was terrifyingly loud as neither of them moved a muscle, the sight of the regal-looking golem too complex and superior to any other that they had seen before. While keenly noticing its approaching figure with a shield fixed to its left arm, Heel's eyes spotted a gaping hole at the center of its chest plate, and within it, a heartstone. The strange yet intimidating mechanic union of a knight and a horse was already concerning and confusing enough for them, when of all things strange, unintelligible noises came from within its helmet. Even if the words weren't discernible, encountering a speaking golem bewildered them all. The centaur raised its hand as if gesturing towards them as it continued speaking in its foreign dialect, which obviously none of them could understand. But if they considered the unknown language of the books in the library, two of the major dots would come together. Introducing their group as explorers from the surface above, Heel approaches with intentions of forming an amicable relation. However, while speaking in its foreign tongue, the centaur raised its right hand upwards, and in the very next instance, the gauntlet around its hand transformed into a terrifyingly huge blade. It took off as their eyes followed, its size defying logic as it charges at them, clearly on the offense and far from amicable. Highness interrupted the blade with a spare one strapped across his left thigh, while trying to get through that they weren't its enemies. But it was all for naught, for the opposing force did not waver. Unable to help it anymore, he had to take to the offense and force it away, which was when Ashton rushes ahead to capture it without destroying it. They engaged in a flurry of blows, but the centaur easily tackled their outnumbering attacks. It meticulously used the shield on its left to first fend Ashton's blade, and then its right-armed sword to stop Highness, before shoving them both away with a sudden burst of energy. The brute force it pulled out of nowhere was commendable enough to earn the twins' acknowledgement, and unwilling to let it go unscathed, Fulla summoned a blazing orb herself. At its sight, Ashton immediately warned her against it, but it was too late. Fulla had already hurled the feisty spell at it, and noticing the magical feast, the centaur raised its left arm, a magic absorbing crystal embedded in its palm. What else? It absorbed all the incoming flames and overwhelmed Fulla with a sense of guilt. She blurted an apology as the recharged centaur came to a standstill, and the blade on its right arm started glowing as it shifted forms again. The magic it had absorbed boiled around the crossbow its arm changed into, and considering its new weapon, it was pretty obvious what the projectile's shot would be. Heel was alarmed at the sight of the bow, and the Cave King hurriedly summoned a massive boulder to interrupt the magical arrows it fired using Fulla's magic. They hid behind the boulder to escape the attack, but the shots were powerful enough to batter the rock and even pierce through around the edges. When the barrage of bolts stopped abruptly, Heel peeked past to see what the golem was up to, but to his utter shock, it was charging towards them at a terrifying speed. Scariest of all, the crossbow had long transformed into a massive lance, and enforced with magical energy, it easily pierced its way through as they barely jumped away. Its power, speed, and durability far exceeded all the other golems in terms of attack and defense. Calling upon his crest of Gale once again, Ashton regretted his decision of having even thought that they could capture this golem. The skill of Phantom Dash lived up to its namesake as he dashed around the centaur as quick as a specter, but as his eyes kept track of the golem in the blink of an eye, even that disappeared. He was taken aback twofolds when it lashes an uppercut at his chest, because not only has it countered his Gale Wind speed, but also forced him to retract his attacking arm to defend himself instead. It sprang away as Highness fired his multi-crossbow at it, which then gave Ashton the chance to escape. The twins roared ferociously as they agreed to an offensive onslaught, and the Gale brothers united once again to batter the golem with a storm of strikes. Riel cheered them on with her yaps, while it was clear that the pair were being pushed back. Amidst the chaos, Heel was constantly racking his brain for a way out, and while the Kobold brothers kept the centaur engaged, he pieced one himself. As he broke it down to Rihanna and Fuli, they agreed to take the sliver of chance they had remaining, and with his mithril axe drawn, and Rihanna and Ful fleeing to either of his sides, they put their plan in action. Little Riel had remained on his shoulder, and at Heel's word, used her shared clairvoyance to discern a weakness for them to exploit on the floor below. Heel wasted no time in cracking the highlighted tiles open with a threatening crash, and as if in response, the fractured hole erupted with an outburst that drew the attention of enemy and friends alike. Water gushes out, filling the chamber as it did, while Highness realized that it was from the canal below. With their plan halfway done, he demanded the attacking twins to retreat away to the walls, and they complied at once, leaving their foe confused. Fule and Riena had taken their adjacent positions behind him to form a triangle, which helped them to then call upon the spell of Try-Freeze. Watching the frigid trap creep up towards it, the centaur took off to escape, which was when Highness understood Heel's plan ahead. The entire floor had been covered in frost, which was barely concerning for their sharp claws, but not for the mechanized hooves of the centaur. It could barely stand, forcing it to pivot itself using the lance, and with their enemy rendered immobile, Heel commenced an attack. One of its frontal hooves was forcefully yanked away, as Terran's webs worked their charm in a fluid motion. With the centaur losing more of its already little control, the twins found an opening and struck on either of its sides, forcing it to defend. Even if it had defended their blows, for one certain thing, it won't be able to retaliate. With their claws drawn, they pounce at the crippled golem from either sides, but the moment their attacks were to land, their target just disappeared. A wave of shock and surprise overcame the onlookers when the centaur leaps away because, despite them having taken away its mobility, It was rebounding all around them at a breakneck speed, now against the walls. In a blurry instance, when their eyes did, in fact, manage to catch a glimpse, it was already between them and hurled powerful blows at their unsuspecting backs. Both of them slammed hard into the walls, the centaur somehow still mobile. At Heel's desperate call, full of concern about the twins, while Highness did emerge, croaking about the impossible, his keen eyes fell onto its legs, and this time there were no hooves to be seen. Just like its arms, its legs had shapeshifted into pointed ones like Terran's, and the scarily adaptive centaur wasted no time in taking hold of them while they were still dazed. Because of the frost on the floor, Heel's own plan and spell had turned against him because he cannot move away either. Highness and Rihanna screamed in terror, expecting the worst, and with nothing but his pickaxe to save his Saryars, Heel hurriedly urged the panicking Riel to get away from him. It was then that Shell suddenly expanded to cover him. His eyes widened in horrific thought of losing his friend. But of all possible things, the lance never reached either of them. All of them exclaimed in equal parts confusion and relief at the bewildering sight. The centaur immediately pounced away, as if hesitant to attack Shell. All of them hurried to check on their slimy friend, confused about what had just transpired, while the centaur stared silently at the figure of the wobbling wall of acute interceptor. Soon, the same odd words echoed, but this time it wasn't clear. It was muffled. Both the foreign voices could be heard simultaneously, the clearer one coming from the centaur's helm, the muffled one from some unknown elsewhere that Heel couldn't find. But Highness did. They could neither believe him nor doubt him when he'd specify that the second muffled voice was coming from the torso of the centaur. As they'd keep watching, the armor around its waist slowly started to slide apart, as did their own jaws in bewilderment. Because nestled peacefully within the centaur's trunk lay the figure of a child with pale ivory skin and hair, rubbing her eyes as if groggy from having been asleep. They'd questioned their sanity at the sight of a living being sleeping inside a golem this deep underground, and furthermore, being aided on her way down as she'd stretched languidly. Once on her feet, the little kid was conversing with the centaur in their own unique language, denoting that the golem possessed a separate consciousness of its own. Heel was sweating profusely in shock and confusion when she turned their way, and as if by some inhumane miracle, would alter her tongue to theirs, to inquire in broken words about who they were. Even bamboozled would be an understatement, as Full inquired if the mysterious underground child could understand them. At this, she replied slowly, "You talk, I listen, I learn." And the lot could only wonder, what is this kid?